you don't win. Every player, I think, would feel that.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
This
slams the ball to right field, way back, way gone!
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second, the throw! In time!
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Strap in for an interesting day. The Blue Jays play almost 2 full games today as they resume a suspended contest from 2 months ago today before the regularly scheduled nightcap. Hi, and thanks so much for tuning in. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer, and Tom Young is our technical director. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Hanwell and Woodstock, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. There are lots of statistical and record-keeping notes of history today, but there's also a lot going on the diamond. The Blue Jays enter this one on the back of a sweep, trying to continue momentum. The playoff hopeful Red Sox are trying to stay in the race after being swept by the Diamondbacks over the weekend. First pitch coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming at sportsnet.ca, the Sportsnet app, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Pizza.ca. At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is John Paul Morosi. Coming up on the next episode of The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Jim Thome.
7th game of the World Series. That's what every kid dreams of. It's heartbreaking when you don't win. Every player, I think, would feel that.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
SiriusXM NFL Radio hit the road for a special town hall with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Touchdown, Kansas City!
Bruce Murray and Alex Smith talk to the Super Bowl champions, including Coach Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, as they get ready to defend their title.
Day-by-day process of just getting better. Guys want to be great, and I think that's the best thing about it.
Hear this exclusive SiriusXM NFL Radio town hall from Kansas City Chiefs training camp anytime on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports.
My goodness!
And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin, your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the third baseman batting third. The DH is Addison Barger hitting cleanup. George Springer is the right fielder batting fifth. Davis Schneider, the left fielder, batting sixth. Dalton Varsho hits seventh and plays center field. Will Wagner plays second base and hits eighth. Leo Jimenez, the shortstop, bats ninth. And Ryan Burr will enter the game, in effect, as an opener for the Blue Jays. On the Red Sox side, the center fielder Jaron Duran leads off. Second baseman David Hamilton second. Wilyer Abreu, the right fielder, hits third. Cleanup hitter is the third baseman Rafael Devers. Rob Refsnyder, the left fielder, bats fifth. Masataka Yoshida, the DH, hits sixth. Catching for the Red Sox is Danny Jansen, batting seventh. Tristan Casas, the first baseman, hits eighth. And Cedon Rafaela, the center fielder, bats ninth. Nick Pivetta will pitch for the Red Sox, technically as a reliever today, making his 21st appearance of the season. 20 starts for Pivetta, an ERA just above 4. And he's going to start with Davis Schneider on first base and Dalton Varsho up to the plate with an 0-1 count. Varsho taking over Danny Jansen's at-bat, an at-bat that Jansen will now catch.
Well, there's a lot going on today, obviously, and you did a good job explaining everything. But you're right, Davis Schneider is starting this game at first base. Not technically starting the game at first base, but he will be at first base to start this inning. Nick Pivetta, obviously not used to coming in as a reliever, but it feels like a start to Nick Pivetta. I'm sure he warmed up like a starter. His mentality is exactly like a starter. And here we go. Dalton Varsho steps into the box.
Danny Jansen trying to get his mask on, as in a moment he will be the first player in Major League history to appear in a game for both teams in one game. Obviously the technicality of the suspended game, the only way that could happen, but Jansen in the crouch, Varsho in the box, and we're ready to go. Scoreless ball game, 1 out, top of the second, and the 0-1 to Dalton Varsho is popped up behind the plate into the seats. 0-2. Not really the time of the first pitch in theory today, but this one started at 2:06 Eastern. Sunny right now in Boston, but could be a little bit of trouble in the forecast later. 0-2. Pitch is low, swung on a miss, strike 3. Schneider takes off from first and gets to second as Jansen's throw skips into center field. Schneider has to wait there, so it'll be a strikeout for Pivetta. He gets Dalton Varsho, but Davis Schneider steals second base.
Pretty good curveball from Nick Pivetta right there, getting Dalton Varsho way out in front. Davis Schneider got a good jump on that stolen base. Danny Jansen with a little bit of a tailing throw. Wouldn't really have had a chance at Davis Schneider even if they made the pick at second base.
So now a runner on second, 2 outs, and the pitch to Will Wagner is a big curveball that misses down and in, ball 1. No score, top of the second inning. Runner on second and 2 outs. Wagner batting in his 12th game now, hitting .314. 1-0. Outside with the breaking ball, 2 balls and no strikes. Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, our technical director. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball foul off to the left. A lot of attention being put on the Danny Jansen aspect of this game, playing for both teams, but there are more quirks to this game than I think some may realize. Will Wagner plays a part of that. Wagner batting from the left side, faces the 2-1. Takes it up high, ball 3. For Will Wagner, who obviously debuted just about 2 weeks ago when he debuted in Anaheim against the Angels, this now technically becomes his debut, as all the stats from this game will go back to June 26th. 3-1. Swing and a miss, 3-2. So if Will Wagner turns out to be Babe Ruth and they go back 100 years from now to look at his debut, it will be on a day that he never played Major League Baseball. Full count, 2 outs, no score, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pivetta strikes out both batters he faces and ends this top of the second. It's 0-0, Blue Jays and Red Sox. Ryan Burr takes the mound for the Blue Jays next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 Men in a Truck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2 Men in a Truck, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 Men in a Truck, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, are you ready to hit a home run with your next roof? Introducing GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, designed to keep your roof looking and feeling like a winner, rain or shine. GAF is proud to be the official shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Visit homedepot.ca and search GAF to learn more about how GAF Timberline HDZ roofing shingles can elevate your home to the next level. GAF, we protect what matters most.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
10 Ks today for Kevin Gausman in 7 scoreless innings.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games. Build your own bet. Can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Blue Jays and Red Sox in this resumed game. Now in the bottom of the second inning, no score. And Ryan Burr taking over for Toronto. His pitch to Rob Refsnyder is hit on the ground foul, 0-1. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Refsnyder is the number 5 hitter in the Red Sox order. He leads off this inning, then Masataka Yoshida, and then Danny Jansen to hit for the Red Sox. 0-1. Chopped foul again, left side, 0-2. In a second, we'll take a look at the Bet365 standings and download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds. Find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 gets him on the slider, and that's a 3-pitch strikeout for Ryan Burr. On those Bet365 standings, Blue Jays enter today 63 and 68, 14 back of the division. Red Sox 67 and 62, 9 back of the division. But more worrying for Boston, now 4.5 back of the final wild card spot. They have not played their best baseball recently. One out, the pitch. Swing and a foul back by Masataka Yoshida, left-handed hitter from Japan, 0-1. Early on, the slider from Ryan Burr looking pretty good.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Ryan Burr's. I know that he's had some speed bumps this season, giving up multiple runs multiple times, but the mid-90s fastball, that good slider.
This is up top with that 95-mile-an-hour heater, 1-1.
I think that he can be a productive member of this bullpen. Maybe, let's not say he's in the bullpen for 2025, but for the rest of this season, he'll definitely be a good addition to this bullpen.
1-1 fastball, elevated and hit foul to the left, 1-2. Yoshida having a very impressive season, 293 with 46 RBIs in 81 games. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Left the slider up a little bit, but it worked out for Burr, and he struck out both batters he's faced. 2 down.
Yeah, a little bit of a hanger, a little bit of a spinner, but like we've seen so many times this season, that backup slider is so hard to hit. The hitter expects it to move more than it actually does, and it ends up being just a good changeup.
Big cheers now as Danny Jansen comes up to the plate. The fans on both sides getting loud. They know what's at stake today. And the first pitch to Jansen misses down and away, ball 1. Jansen, a .215 hitter this year in 75 games. He has 8 home runs. 1-0. Just missed off the plate with the slider, did Burr. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
I want to say that it feels a little bit odd to see him in a Red Sox uniform, but I think that I've seen him in enough highlights on TV enough where it's almost the way it should be now.
2-0. Fastball in there, strike one.
How do you feel about it?
It is still a little bit weird, but like you said, I think if this had happened, this matchup, 5 days into Danny Jansen's tenure, it's a little different, but it's been a month basically where he's been in a Red Sox uniform. 2-1. Swing and a soft liner caught at first by Spencer Horwitz, and that's going to do it for the bottom of the second inning. 1-2-3 pitched by Ryan Burr. Danny Jansen retired in his first at bat against the Blue Jays, and we go to the third inning in a scoreless game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
So, you want to be a Looney Dogger, eh? Every Tuesday Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Grab $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Plus, stop by the Schneider's Porch, your hot dog headquarters. The destination for a one-of-a-kind hot dog experience with excellent ballpark views. So, whether you're the relish ringleader or seventh-inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fielded at second. Horwitz steps on the bag, throws to first. Double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the third inning, Blue Jays in Boston. No score. And Leo Jimenez leading off. First pitch from Nick Pivetta. Called strike one. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Thank you so much for tuning into this resumed game, suspended exactly 2 months ago today. 0-1. Swing and a foul off, 0-2. Leo Jimenez not with the Blue Jays at that point in time, so he gets a new Major League debut playing in this game. It'll be June 26th is his debut now, and he's batting in the spot originally occupied by Kevin Kiermaier. 0-2. Bounced it, a ball and 2 strikes. Jimenez batting .230 on the season with 9 doubles and 3 home runs. Playing now in his 40th Major League game. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. What a start for Nick Pivetta. He strikes out another Blue Jay. He has struck out all 3 he's faced.
Yeah, that's a pretty good slider from Nick Pivetta. Nick Pivetta, not really known as a power pitcher, but he does have pretty good power stuff. Mid-90s fastball. You saw that sweeper right there. And then an almost 12-6 curveball that he throws for strikes a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's big movement, I think, is what sticks out a lot with Pivetta. Who's dealing now to the top of the order. Here's Brian Servant. First pitch is hit in the air. Shallow left field. Veering toward foul territory. Devers now on the side warning track. Makes the catch foul. And there are 2 outs. Third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Hanwell and Woodstock, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. Pivetta using his defense for the first time. Still very effective. 4 up, 4 down, and 13 pitches for the Canadian righty. He winds now and deals to Spencer Horwitz, who takes up top, ball 1.
Ben, you might know the answer to this. You might not, but I'm going to ask it anyways. So if you look at the debut of, let's say, Will Wagner, will it change on their MLB page and their baseball reference page?
1-0 pitch low, 2-0, yes.
So it's officially changing to June 26th.
It is officially changing to June 26th. Maybe they'll do something to rectify that. Maybe they won't. But it has happened to some players in the past. 2-0. Called strike 2-1. If memory serves, Juan Soto played in a suspended game a few games into his career, which serves as his debut. And it's just one of the weird things with this game. Here's the 2-1. Horwitz hits it foul, 2-2. All the stats revert to June 26th. So he's not up yet, or he was up to lead off the game, I should say. Dalton Varsho, if he doesn't get on base today, it should not end his 22-game on-base streak because this game was in June. Horwitz stepping up already 0 for 1 today, even though this is his first time hitting on August 26th. 2-2. Foul tipped. Held on to by Jansen. Strike 3. How about Nick Pivetta? He struck out 4 of 5 he's faced, and we race to the middle of the third. No score. Blue Jays and Red Sox. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is John Paul Morosi. Coming up on the next episode of The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Jim Thome.
7th game of the World Series. That's what every kid dreams of. It's heartbreaking when you don't win. Every player, I think, would feel that.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and the all-new Sirius XM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
Sirius XM NFL Radio hit the road for a special town hall with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Touchdown, Kansas City!
Bruce Murray and Alex Smith talk to the Super Bowl champions, including Coach Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, as they get ready to defend their title.
Day-by-day process of just getting better. Guys want to be great, and I think that's the best thing about it.
Hear this exclusive Sirius XM NFL Radio town hall from Kansas City Chiefs training camp anytime on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Sherman at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Home plate is home plans. Score the run with Timbermart.ca. Find a major league selection of winning plays for house, garage, and backyard sheds. Visit Timbermart.ca and win the game with Canada's Building Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, bottom of the third. And Tristan Casas takes the first pitch off the plate away. Ball 1. Ryan Burr back out for the Blue Jays. The pitch. Misses a little bit low. 2-0. Burr, a right-hander, dealing to Casas, a left-handed hitter. Two-0 pitch. Fastball on the outside corner, strike 1. Casas' year severely cut short by injuries. He was not healthy when this game started 2 months ago, playing in only his 32nd game, but he has 8 home runs this year. Casas asks for time, now steps back into the lefty box. Knees bent, bat at his left shoulder. The 2-1. Fastball misses way outside, ball 3. Very clean second inning for Ryan Burr. Struck out a pair in a soft lineup by Danny Jansen. 3-1 pitch is hit in the air, left field, slicing, and foul, 3-2.
I would imagine that Burr doesn't go past the bottom of the third inning. Ryan Yarbrough is already starting to warm up in that Blue Jays bullpen in right field. And then as we've seen, that Ryan Yarbrough can eat up a ton of innings through 5 innings in his last outing.
3-2 pitch, low ball 4. Ryan Burr walks to the back of the hill to think for a moment before facing Cedon Rafaela at the bottom of the Red Sox order.
Not ideal right there. You don't want to walk the first batter of an inning, nobody out in this situation. But I think that Ryan Burr has that reliever mentality where it's probably late in the game in his mind. 3-2 count, tie ball game. Let's throw a slider instead of throwing a fastball down in the zone.
First pitch slider to Rafaela, yanked foul, 0-1.
A starter who has the starter mentality, let's save some pitches, let's get some guys out, probably throwing a fastball in that situation.
Burr opened last time for the Blue Jays on Thursday. Yarbrough came in relief. 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And John Schneider did say pregame today that it would be safe to expect a very similar type of rollout for the Blue Jays today. Now, like you mentioned, Yarbrough went 5 innings. They'd love for that again, but we'll just have to wait and see. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Climbs the ladder and gets Rafaela to chase. That's the first down of the inning.
That's a pretty good pitch right there. Good comeback after that leadoff walk. Brian Servant had the target above the strike zone, and he drilled it. Rafaela swinging it through it.
Now the top of the order set to come up for the Red Sox with 4 straight left-handed hitters due to hit for Boston, and that's going to be the spot where you bring in the southpaw, Ryan Yarbrough. Runner on first, 1 out, bottom of the 3rd inning, and the bulk guy for the Blue Jays about to come in. Before he enters this game, let's go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, don't forget we do have Jays Talk today. Blair and Barker have the post-game show on both TV and radio. Leave them a message right now via the back leg line whenever you like. 416-413-3959. You can text them as well. 590-590, name and location. They'll get to those as well when this game is in the books. Let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in 1992. Rib Sanity is on now until September 8th. All-you-can-eat ribs for just $27.99. Visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. The NFL preseason officially over, which means the first of 272 games will go next Thursday. Lots of news coming out of a variety of places as we head towards the season opener on September 5th. First, in Dallas, the CeeDee Lamb holdout is over. The star wide receiver signing an extension with the Cowboys. 4 years worth $136 million, $100 million of it guaranteed, and a record for wide receivers with a $38 million signing bonus. He is the second highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Elsewhere, wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, who was released by the Patriots this offseason, has found a new home. He's actually reuniting with the Chiefs, his former team. He'll slot into a receiver room that includes Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. Perhaps will take on an increased role off the hop with Hollywood Brown on the mend. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Ryan Yarbrough on the mound for the Blue Jays. No score, bottom of the 3rd inning, and the left-hander expected to take the bulk of the workload here in this resumed game. Yarbrough comes on for the top of the Red Sox order. Jarren Duran hitting. Runner on first is Tristan Casas, and there's 1 out. Lefty kicks and fires. First pitch fastball up high, 1-0. Aside from the length he can provide, this always felt like a good spot for Yarbrough with so many left-handed hitting Red Sox. 1-0. Swing and a foul back, 1-1. Yarbrough's going to start this outing against 4 straight left-handed hitters, and he has just dominated lefties this year. They are hitting only .142 with almost no extra base hits. .435 on base plus slugging for left-handed hitters against Yarbrough. Veteran rocks back, deals, and the pitch is hit foul again, 1-2.
And we've talked about at length in his last outing how he just carved up that team with the lack of velocity, the average stuff, but he's such a cerebral guy. He knows exactly what he's doing out there. He knows what pitch to throw in what situation, and just when you think you have him figured out, he switches it up. That's what I love about Ryan Yarbrough.
5 scoreless innings against the Angels on Thursday. Only gave up 3 hits and struck out 4. Here's 1-2. Missed off the plate away with a breaking ball. For Yarbrough, he has a four-seamer, a sinker, a cutter, also a curveball, and a change. He kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike three. Started the curveball at the front hip of Duran, and it cut all the way across the plate to the outside edge. And now there are two out in the inning.
Yeah, that thing was super slow, 72 miles an hour. Jarren Duran was way out in front. A pretty good hitter, 290 with 17 homers. Made him look foolish on that one.
So two down now, and here's David Hamilton. Still Casas on first. The pitch. Strike one. 86 right down the middle, and Hamilton thinking about all the different things that Yarbrough could throw at him rather than swinging. Now the 0-1. Curveball cut on and missed, nothing in two. And this is just what Ryan Yarbrough wants to do. He wants you to take a fastball right down the middle, then swing at a curveball that misses a couple inches off the plate.
A big pitch that he relies on as well is that left-on-left changeup that a lot of left-handers don't really throw that often.
0-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Gets him on the curve, and it's two strikeouts for Yarbrough to end the third inning. We go scoreless into the fourth at Fenway Park. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Hugh Heron from Heathwood. Imagine having a finished lower level the day you move into your new home. At Williamsburg Green in Kitchener, that's a reality. And with our Spaces by Heathwood program, you can enjoy a separate living area with a fireplace, a private bedroom and bath, even a laundry room. These homes are perfect for multi-generational families. Visit heathwood.com to learn more. Move up to Heathwood and be home at last.
Let's go to the X. The CNE is the place to be. Don't miss Half Moon Run in concert at the Bell CNE Bandshell on Monday, Big Rec on Wednesday, and the Rec Laws on Friday. Then check out the new augmented reality exhibit Binagame or the aerial and acrobatic ice skating show with a brand new performance, Action, featuring Elvis Stoico. There's tons to do, all for one low admission price. Save time, buy online at thex.com. Let's go to the X, August 16th to September 2nd.
Come and celebrate Toronto and do everything you want at the X.
Witness the ultimate fusion of sports and technology as HP joins forces with Real Madrid. This back-to-school season, HP is giving you a chance to win an all-expenses-paid trip for two to watch Real Madrid live in Spain. Two other lucky winners will score big, taking home up to $5,000 in Best Buy gift cards. That's not all. There's also lots of official Real Madrid merchandise up for grabs. Visit hp.ca/Real Madrid to enter now. No purchase necessary. Conditions apply.
This is John Paul Morosi. Coming up on the next episode of The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Jim Thome.
7th game of the World Series. That's what every kid dreams of. It's heartbreaking when you don't win. Every player, I think, would feel that.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and the all-new Sirius XM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcast.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
I'm Peter Bergen, a national security journalist, author, and host of the Audible podcast In the Room. Each week, I bring you direct from the source reporting on the most important and perplexing issues facing our world today, like how local election officials can ensure the integrity of the voting process, why people are drawn to conspiracy theories, and whether international sanctions ever really make a difference. Just search In the Room in the Sirius XM app.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
Barger coming off a 2-homer series against the Angels, including the walk-off blast in Game 2. 1-0. Called strike. Looked a hair off the plate outside, but nothing too crazy from home plate umpire Shane Livensparger. One. Bounces the breaking ball off his front leg. Barger grimaces and looks down. It's 1-2.
Yeah, Addison Barger has looked like a different guy over the last week or two. He's a guy that really has a wild approach to swinging, but I think he's toned it down just a little bit. Speaking to Matt Haig, speaking to Guillermo Martinez, that's something that they've really focused on, and especially that two-strike approach. He's gotten a ton better with that two-strike approach.
Takes a 1-2 pitch upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Early on in the season, he didn't really cut down when you have 2 strikes. And to be a successful big leaguer, you have to cut down. You have to try to hit the ball the other way. And Addison Barger just wasn't doing that.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 gets him on the elevated heater. And for Pivetta, already a 5th strikeout.
And you saw it even with that swing right there. That was a little bit of a big swing, a long swing. You really want to try to hit that ball the other way. Yes, it was a 4-seam fastball, almost belt high, probably a very hittable pitch. But to get to that elevated heater, you have to cut down on the swing, and Addison Barger just didn't do that there.
George Springer now up for the first time today. The pitch. Down and away, ball 1. 2 outs, bases empty, top of the 4th inning. Pivetta hasn't allowed a base runner yet. 1-0. Swing and a hard liner foul right side, 1-1. Springer technically 0 for 1 today because he struck out in that 2nd inning of the June 26th game right before it got suspended. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
I tell you what, you've been really good so far today of going back in time and telling the correct stats. I've been lost numerous times today already.
Well, I appreciate that. It's a lot going on. It would be no slight to anyone if this was a little bit confusing. 1-2. Check swing down and away, 2-2. One cool thing about this, though, is it's almost like a time machine. You can see what was going on with the team when this game was played. Springer is hitting 5th when this game was played, not at the top of the order. He was hitting 195, not 220. 2-2. Down and away, ball 3.
3-2.
Danny Jansen sets up inside. Now the 3-2. Swing and a bouncing ball, hooked to third, picked up by Devers. Long throw over to first in time to end the inning. 8 up, 8 down. So far for Nick Pivetta. We go to the middle of the 4th in a scoreless ball game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
I give you the world, but there's other planets too.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Está escuchando a Toronto Blue Jays Baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
Home half of the fourth inning at Fenway Park. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, Blue Jays and Red Sox. Ryan Yarbrough back out for his second inning of work. Deals to Wilyer Abreu. First pitch hit on the ground to second, picked up by Will Wagner, who throws over to first. And there's one out.
Just a little 84-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle, thigh high, and Wilyer Abreu just rolls over it, hits a weak ground ball to second base. That is what Ryan Yarbrough does.
And 3 outs and 9 pitches for Yarbrough. A good pace to start. Yarbrough matched his career high, or not career, season high in innings pitched with those 5 innings against the Angels on Thursday. His pitch to Rafael Devers on the outside corner, strike 1. Devers a very talented hitter, 293, 28 home runs, 80 RBIs, but 6 for 25 in his career against Ryan Yarbrough. 0-1 inside.
I bet it's scary coming inside to Rafael Devers with an 86-mile-an-hour fastball. And he just did that. Moved him off the plate. Now he opens up that outside part of the plate because he was able to come inside, make Rafael Devers feel just a little bit uncomfortable.
Yarbrough set at the chest, covering the Blue Jays across his jersey. 1-1. Check swing on a curveball way off the plate outside, and appeal down to third. He did go around, so it's 1-2.
I mean, that's baseball 101. Pitching 101. Hard in, soft away, and that's exactly what Ryan Yarbrough did. You could see that Rafael Devers was a little bit antsy right there.
The 1-2. Curveball poked out to right field, charging in Springer, and he makes the catch on the run, stumbling forward and regaining his balance. That one was tipped off the end of the bat by Devers. He just flicked it out to right, and it was almost a blue pit.
Yeah, that was almost a half swing from Devers on a pretty good curveball off the plate. You're right, he just flicked his wrists and really didn't make a full swing, but George Springer with an incredible play, sprinting in to catch that ball at the chest.
And obviously, if you're the right fielder and a power hitter like Devers is up, you're playing deep. So he had a long way to run. First pitch to Rob Refsnyder misses low, 1-0.
You also don't know how hard that ball is hit off the bat, right? He probably stopped for a second, maybe even took a step back, and that's why that play is so difficult.
2 outs now, bottom of the fourth. The 1-0 to Refsnyder. Outside ball 2. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. He's Chris LaRue. No score, Blue Jays and Red Sox. 2 out, spaces empty in the fourth. Two-0 pitch. Refsnyder swings and fouls it off. 2-1. Former Blue Jay Rob Refsnyder having a nice season. 291. 15 doubles and 9 home runs in 81 games. Two-one pitch. Swing and a foul back, 2-2.
Rob Refsnyder's having a pretty sneaky long career. Made his debut in 2015 with the Yankees. I actually played against him in AAA, and I always thought he was pretty good, but do I think he's going to have a 10-year big league career? Absolutely not. This guy has really surprised, I'm sure, a lot of people.
2-2 pitch is bounced to the third base side of the mound. Charging in the shortstop, Jimenez gloves, throws on to first, and gets Refsnyder to end the inning. A 1-2-3 fourth for Ryan Yarbrough sends us to the fifth at Fenway. No score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The same smooth you get from Yacht Rock, with a lot more groove.
Turn your love around.
Yacht Soul.
Silky grooves and refined rhythms of the late 70s and early 80s. From Luther,
I just don't wanna stop.
Lionel,
All night long.
Bobby Caldwell,
What you won't do.
and more.
Yacht Soul. Year-round in the Sirius XM app.
And docked for a limited time at Channel 105 Almost Radios.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go!
We're back on the track Sunday,
5 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Thank you, Chris. Top of the fifth inning. No score, Blue Jays and Red Sox, and a swing and a miss by Davis Schneider. Nick Pivetta back out on the mound. Took over this game in the second. Here's the 0-1. Check swing, called strike, 0-2. First time up for Schneider in this game as he started this resumed game on first base. 0-2. Outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
And then he subsequently stole second base.
He did. 5th stolen base of the season for Schneider. One-two. High fastball misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Davis Schneider enters this one batting .198 with 18 doubles and 10 home runs. The 2-2. Check swing, and did that hit the bat or his hand? It looks like it hit just the handle of his bat above the hands, so it's a foul ball.
Yeah, to the naked eye, it looked like it might have got him on the hand, but you can just look at the reaction. If that ball hits him in the hands, he is jumping around, dropping the bat, but didn't really react.
Another 2-2. Bouncer foul, just a cue shot off the end of the bat.
I'll tell you what, Nick Pivetta's looked really good lately. He's been up and down this season, but the stuff has been good. The breaking ball has especially been good. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes up with a heater here.
Pivetta kicks and delivers. Fastball left more over the middle than I think they wanted it to be. Hit foul. Still 2-2.
They were actually trying to go away with that fastball. Danny Jansen knows Davis Schneider. He knows he struggles with the elevated heater. I'm surprised by that pitch. 95, though. Tough to catch up to.
Pivetta's 40th of the appearance. Called strike 3. Freezes him with a slider at the top of the zone, and that's Pivetta's 6th punch out already.
And that thing was nasty. 83 miles an hour right down the middle. You could see Davis Schneider's knees buckle just a little bit. That's a great pitch from Nick Pivetta.
You had mentioned it's been up and down for Pivetta. Struggles recently, a .750 earned run average in his last 5 starts, and multiple homers allowed in each of those starts. His pitch to Dalton Varsho, swing and a miss, strike 1. Varsho struck out swinging on 3 pitches against Pivetta back in the second, the first batter of this resumed game. 0-1. Swing and a hard fly ball out to left field. That's going to bang off the monster. Barehanded on a bounce by Refsnyder, and he limits Varsho to a wall ball single, but it is the Blue Jays' first base runner after Schneider started on first to begin this resumption.
Well, that was a great play from Rob Refsnyder. Obviously, he knows this park well. As soon as that ball got over his head, Refsnyder just stopped, turned around. He actually took a couple of steps back, knew that that ball was going to bang off that big green monster out there, and he holds Dalton Varsho to a single. Dalton Varsho is actually busting it out of the box, thought too, but no chance.
Varsho leading off first now, and the pitch to Will Wagner is inside, ball 1. No score, 1 out, 1 on, top of the 5th. Just to clarify with all the quirks of today, that does not extend Varsho's on-base streak to 23 games. This game will not count toward that streak at all. 1-0 pitch is a check swing blooper out to shallow left, caught by Rafaela, the shortstop, for the out.
Well, there's actually a home run streak as well going on.
There is that 14-game home run streak by the Blue Jays. And again, it does not matter. If they homer in this game, they don't extend it. If they don't homer in this game, they don't break the streak, because all records of this game will revert to when it was started on June 26th. 2 down now, and Leo Jimenez is up. The pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Right on right, now the 1-0. Check swing, called strike at the top of the zone with a fastball. It's 1-1. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, still 3-2 Kansas City over Cleveland. MJ Melendez just made a highlight reel catch in left field for the Royals. Out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 1-1. Swing and a sharp liner right center field, sinking, and is it caught on the slide by Abreu? It is. What a play. Wilyer Abreu. Wasn't sure if that was a catch or a trap to the naked eye, but they're saying that he got it. John Schneider isn't so sure. He's at least peeking at it, but it looks like this one is going to stand as a catch. Abreu comes up with a very nice play, takes a hit away from Jimenez, and the Blue Jays do not score on 1 hit. They leave 1 on. No score, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's Fantasy Football Draft Month on Fantasy Sports Radio. Hear how the experts draft their teams and learn winning strategies to help you win your league.
I don't think it's crazy to take CeeDee Lamb with the first overall pick.
Don't miss our host draft right now on the all-new Sirius XM app as your favorite hosts draft against each other.
Feeling good here about Jared Goff as a mid-range QB2.
Channel 87. And if you missed any of our drafts, hear them anytime on the all-new Sirius XM app. Just search Fantasy Drafts.
Feel the thrill of the Premier League on Sirius XM FC.
Arsenal running riot. A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Hear every pulse-pounding moment.
Haaland scores the hat-trick. Brilliant left-foot strike by Salah. What a goal by Marcus Rashford.
From the world's most exciting league.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Manchester United turn it round.
All on your radio home for the beautiful game.
If you like soccer, you are in the right place.
The Premier League lives on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Be the most informed player in your fantasy football league by listening to the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I want to thank you guys for making me a better fantasy player.
Hear player rankings, position breakdowns, and expert drafts.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
Going deep down the right side, got a man, caught, touchdown Cowboys.
The road to a fantasy football championship begins with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Our goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's it for us.
Hear every stop of the 2024 training camp tour on NFL Radio Channel 88, the all-new Sirius XM app.
Bottom of the 5th inning in Boston. No score, Blue Jays and Red Sox. Ryan Yarbrough back on the mound, and his pitch to Masataka Yoshida is high, ball 1. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer. Tom Young, our technical director. The 1-0. Up and in. Yoshida spins back out of the way. 2-0. It's been quite the turnaround for Masataka Yoshida this season. When this game was originally played in late June, he was hitting .238. Right now, he bats in the 290s. 2-0. Called strike, 2-1. In fact, his season turnaround came almost right after that series ended in late June. You go from July 1st on, Yoshida's hit .333 in 42 games. 2-1. Swing and a hard hit grounder, blocked at second by Wagner, picks it up off the dirt and throws to first. 1 out.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
No major updates to the injury report today as Danny Jansen steps up for the second time. The pitch from Yarbrough. Outside, ball one. Bo Bichette did join the team today in Boston, continuing his rehab with the Blue Jays from the calf injury that's held him out for a long time. 1-0. Off the plate inside, 2-0. And kind of neat, he rejoins the team at the spot where his dad Dante finished his major league career. Spent a year and a half with the Red Sox, including all of the 2001 season. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a line drive, center field, base hit for Danny Jansen. Loud cheer from both the Blue Jay and Red Sox fans in the crowd as Jansen comes up with his first hit against the Blue Jays in his major league career.
So now that little stat that we were talking about before the game becomes even more, complicated, because now he gets a base hit in that game that he starts for a different team in the same game.
Would have been really complicated if he had a hit or a walk for the Blue Jays too.
Oh,
but
yeah,
at least he never
true.
finished an at bat. Pitch to Tristan Casas, called strike one. Fastball at the knees. But yes, well-publicized Danny Jansen is the first player to play for both sides in a major league game in the history of Major League Baseball. Yarbrough waves off a sign, now nods. Here's the 0-1. Casas swings and misses, 0-2. There is something like this that's happened in affiliated baseball. Dale Holman played in both sides of a AAA game in 1986, actually featuring the Syracuse Sky Chiefs, who were the Blue Jays AAA affiliate at that point in time. 0-2. Pitch was outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
But I'm sure a lot of people will look at that and say, not in the major leagues.
Yes. I mean, if you're talking about has it happened in the majors, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Believe it's also happened in the NBA before. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Yarbrough goes up top with 88 and gets a swing and a miss from Casas, 2 down.
Yeah, he really gassed up on that one. We talked about this in his last outing. He does have 88, 89 in the tank, maybe even 90 once in a while. He just prefers to sit around 84 to 87 miles an hour underneath that ideal hitting speed. 88, 89, it's pretty ideal to hit, so he just likes to use it once in a while.
Pitch to Cedon Rafaela, swing and a miss on a changeup, strike 1. Rafaela still in the number 9 spot he occupied originally in this game 2 months ago, although not playing in center field, playing at shortstop. 0-1 pitch, bounce foul, 0-2. And pardon me, actually, he was not in that game, so he enters the game in the spot where former Blue Jay Reese McGuire was playing. McGuire was the catcher and 9-hitter. But right now, Reese McGuire is at AAA with the Red Sox because Danny Jansen's taken his spot on the roster. 0-2, 2 outs, runner on first. And the pitch home. Swing and a foul off to the right. Rafaela asks for time and steps back for a moment, adjusting his batting gloves. Now the right-handed hitter back in there. A tap of the plate. Pinwheels the bat and brings it above his right shoulder. Now the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a back foot curveball, and for Yarbrough, 4 strikeouts in 2 2/3 innings. No score as we go to the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
It's fall. In love with Ontario time. Fall for the brightest of seasons. Fall into the leaves. To the sound of a waterfall. Fall for a new hiking trail. A harvest. A wine tasting. Fall asleep in a whole new place. And rise to the perfect crisp day. And remember, fall is short. Plan yours now at destinationontario.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dived, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The sixth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year. Gets up, bounces it to first. Nice pick by Casas on an awkward hop forehand side. And there's one out.
Yeah, I don't know who made a better play right there, Devers or Casas at first base. That was one of those in-between hops. Not a short hop, not a long hop. Casas making a good pick over there for out number one.
It kind of, I don't know if it had some weird top spin on it. It didn't bounce as high as you would think, but Casas stuck with it. And now one out and Spencer Horwitz up to the plate. Nick Pavetta's 50th pitch. High, ball one.
It actually seemed like Nick Pivetta didn't know who made the better play either. He was yelling at Devers, and then he was yelling at Casas, pointing at both of them. Just appreciates a good play all around.
You can understand why Pavetta's fired up too. He's only allowed one base runner so far. 1-0 pitch misses away, 2-0. Exactly 4 innings of work so far for Nick Pivetta, dealing with one out in the sixth. 2-0 pitch is a breaking ball that misses low, 3-0. Fastball in there, strike one.
Spencer Horwitz thought that was ball 4. That was actually a pretty good pitch down in the zone. I don't know if he was acting, if he was begging for that strike, but nonetheless, strike one.
So Pivetta steps back on the rubber, native of Victoria. His 3-1. Horwitz hits it foul, and it's a full count. One out, base is empty, 0-0, top of the sixth. Nick Pivetta already with 6 strikeouts in 4 innings of work. His 3-2. Called, strike 3. Perfectly placed fastball on the outside edge, and after falling behind 3-0, 3 perfect pitches from Nick Pivetta.
Yeah, and Spencer Horwitz knew it. As soon as that ball crossed over home plate and he didn't offer at it, he just started walking back to that Blue Jays dugout. A perfect pitch down and away from Nick Pivetta, about as good as it gets. So 2 outs and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to the plate, trying to break open this scoreless game. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up back into the seats, foul, 0-1. Here's another guy that wasn't nearly as good on June 26th as he is now, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
It was hitting in the 280s at that point. Now batting right around 320. 27 homers and 85 RBIs. 0-1 pitch. He takes it down and away.
And that's when a lot of people were questioning the power outage as well, right? He wasn't really hitting for power. A lot of singles, a lot of doubles. The average is starting to tick up a little bit, but I mean, obviously a completely different guy now.
1-1. Called strike 1 and 2. It was around this time when you were just starting to see the power sprinkle in. The Blue Jays were in Cleveland right before they were in Boston. I think he hit 2 homers in that Cleveland series. He had 1 homer in the Boston series that went all the way over Lansdowne Street onto a roof across the street from Fenway Park. Vlad swings at the 1-2 and pops it up into the seats again. But now he's surpassed his home run total from last year. Looks like a shoe-in for 30 home runs unless something goes way sideways, and easily could go 30 and 100 as well.
Pretty good season, especially if you're at 320.
1-2. Swing and another foul ball behind the plate into the stands. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Yankees will visit the Nationals tonight. And number 2 overall pick in the 2023 draft, Dylan Cruz, will debut for the Nats almost 1 year after he was picked. 1-2. Guerrero swings and misses. Strike 3. Big scream from Pivetta. Records his 8th strikeout in 4 2/3 innings and sends us to the middle of the 6th. Still looking for a run in this ball game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Jimmy Buffett fans have their favorite island escape music.
I wanna go back.
Songs of reflection.
Bubbles up, they will point you towards home.
And party anthems.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Listeners voted. Now wrap up summer with the Jimmy Buffett Top 100 Countdown. Starts Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on Radio Margaritaville, Channel 24, and at home on the SiriusXM app.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. Our hosts have the best takes.
Tiger's impact on the game of golf, aside from how good he was at it, was something that I don't think we'll ever see again.
Talk to the biggest guests.
Scotty, you've had a year to celebrate.
This year, I've just seen a lot of good results.
And can even help you with your own game.
Take the club and at address, open it up.
It's all golf, all the time. On SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
0-0 bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Jays first one today of 2 at Fenway Park against the Red Sox. And Ryan Yarbrough pitches to the top of the order. Jarren Duran showing bunt, slices it back behind him, foul. 0-1.
And Jarren Duran has a ton of speed, 32 stolen bases this year. David Hamilton right behind him also has 32 stolen bases. A lot of speed at the top of this Red Sox lineup.
Red Sox can run. They are a very different team than a prototypical Red Sox team, which is often full of a lot of power and a lot of big guys. Left on left, here's the 0-1. Swing and a liner foul to the left, 0-2. You see Duran's speed play out in multiple ways. He has 40 doubles this year and 13 triples. Duran asking for time. He's the only player with 40 doubles and 13 triples since 1979. George Brett did it then. 0-2. High fastball misses, a ball and 2 strikes. And wasn't that even that common in the back half of the 20th century? Only guys since 1950 to do it are Duran, Brett, and Lou Brock. 1-2. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's a pretty good list.
It's a very good list.
It's a short list.
Yeah. I'll add one more name to it for fun. The last Red Sox to have at least 40 doubles and at least 13 triples, Ted Williams in 1940. 2-2. Hard hit grounder to third, picked up by Guerrero, slings it over to first and gets the speedy Duran, who was trying to leg out the hit. That's one out. Last September, Jays Care set a new MLB jackpot record, and now it's introducing a month-long split-the-pot raffle. That means one of the biggest jackpot totals ever will be evenly split between 10 lucky winners. New this year is the add-on raffle, where you can also enter to win unforgettable trips to New York, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and more. See the full list of prizes and get tickets. Visit bluejays.com/5050 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Pinch hitter for the Red Sox here in the 6th inning to gain the platoon advantage. Romy Gonzalez has come into the game in the spot of David Hamilton. Hamilton was a left-handed hitter. Gonzalez bats right. Pete Walker just went out to the mound to give Yarbrough the scouting report. And now the lefty will deal to the right-handed hitter. First pitch up top, ball one.
Gonzalez is having a pretty good season. 275, 4 homers, 22 RBIs, and 131 at-bats.
Had a big hit against the Blue Jays when they were here in Boston in that shortened 2-game series. 1-0. Called low. Looked pretty good at the knees. It's 2-0. That was when the Blue Jays were amid the long losing streak. They had a big lead in the first game of the series. The Red Sox had a huge comeback against the Blue Jays bullpen, and Gonzalez had the hit that gave Boston the lead. 2-0. Swing and a hard hit ground ball. Fair ball down the right field line. Bounces off the tarp. Picked up by George Springer. Gonzalez will get to second with a 1-out double.
Pretty good piece of hitting right there from Gonzalez. Just rips it the other way down the first base line, just inside of that first base bag for a double.
First extra base hit of the day, and he had a lot of real estate to work with. Spencer Horwitz was playing off the line. Don't think he gets to that ball anyway, but he was miles away playing closer to second base.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was trying to go that way. That pitch wasn't really outside. It was more down the middle on the inside part. He kind of inside-outed it down that line. But a pretty good piece of hitting from him as Zach Pop starts to get loose in that Blue Jays bullpen.
Well, part of the equation of getting pop-up could be that there are no longer so many lefties in this Red Sox lineup. Gonzalez just came in for Hamilton, and now Alex Cora has pinch hit Canadian Tyler O'Neill in the spot of Wilyer Abreu. So that's 2 left-handed hitters out and 2 right-handed hitters introduced to the game.
And if there's one guy that loves mid to upper 80s fastballs, it's Tyler O'Neill. He'll have to mix it up with this guy. A ton of power, 23 homers this season.
A breakout year for Tyler O'Neill, who's had big years in the past, but has been injured a handful of times. Runner on second, 1 out. No score in the pitch. Outside ball 1. Red Sox trying to break the ice in this one in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch to O'Neill. Swing and a ground ball foul. Had some weird spin, so as it hugged the first baseline, Yarbrough made a dash toward it, but it does end up settling up on the grass in foul territory.
That was a good pitch. Actually broke Tyler O'Neill's bat. A changeup down and away. Tyler O'Neill was way out in front. Obviously, thought that thing was a fastball, but a pretty good pitch. A ton of spin. It actually almost came back fair as Spencer Horwitz picks it up close to the first base bag.
I think not only did he break the bat, I believe O'Neill broke the baseball. I think he actually hit a little bit of the cover off of the ball, ripped it a little bit. Yarbrough's got a new ball. He's set at the chest, peeks at second base. Now the 1-1. High fastball, check swing, appeal down to first, no swing, and it's 2-1.
Those aren't the types of hits that you think of when you think hitting the cover off the baseball.
2-1. Swing and a foul back into the screen, and he's nibbled a little bit, but Ryan Yarbrough has Tyler O'Neill now in a 2-strike count.
Yeah, I like this sequence that they're trying to work through right here. Change up, fastball, change up. You know what would get him right here is an 88-mile-an-hour heater up and in, or up around the hands.
2-2. They tried to go up and in with the fastball, but missed inside. Ball 3.
Yeah, they tried to go up at the hands, but Yarbrough kind of yanked it a little bit and threw it down and in instead of throwing it up and in. I bet if they threw that thing up and in about the top of the strike zone, Tyler O'Neill definitely would have swung through it.
Rafael Devers on deck. 1 out and the 3-2. Up and in, ball 4. O'Neill takes a walk. Both pinch hitters have reached back-to-back for the Red Sox. Now first and second with 1 out. That brings Rafael Devers to the plate, and a big spot for the Red Sox in this game. First and second, 1 out, no score. Bottom of the 6th.
Big spot to get a double play here. You want to stay down and away to Rafael Devers. We saw him come in with a fastball. Pretty good pitch in the last at-bat, but you really want to stay down and away, something soft. Make him roll over something here, hit into a double play.
The pitch. Swing and a foul back, 0-1. The difficult thing about Devers is that the bottom of the plate is kind of his happy place. That's where he is going to come up with a lot of his hits. Even below the zone, he's going to fare a lot better than stuff elevated. 0-1. Up and away with the fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yarbrough set, about to deliver his 50th pitch of the outing. 1-1 on the way. Just off the plate inside, 2-1.
And I mentioned this last time, it has to be very intimidating to go inside to a guy like Devers with 87 miles an hour. Scary spot to be, but Yarbrough's not scared.
Devers just hit his 200th career home run yesterday before the age of 28. 2-1. Swing and a soft roller up the first baseline. Servant charges bare hands, throws to first, and it hits the runner Devers. Coming around third and in to score is Romy Gonzalez. And on a very fortunate play for the Red Sox, they'll take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that's a tough break for Yarbrough. Tough play for Brian Servant back there. Picking up the baseball, really didn't have a play. He threw it to first base, but just hit Rafael Devers in the back, and the Red Sox score the first run of the ballgame.
I think there is a question right now of potential interference. Now, they widened the running path for the base runners, but they have called Devers out. They widened the running path, but you have to be on the dirt. There's a section of dirt on both sides of the line, and Devers appeared to veer onto the grass before he got to first base, getting in the way of that throw, and that could have big implications on what happened after that interference as well. A run coming in to score.
Yeah, you could actually see him on the replay about 20 feet from the bag, from the first base bag. You can see him take a quick left step, and about half of his shoe is on the grass. I'm sure that's what the umpire saw when they thought about calling that.
It's new this year, the execution of that rule, where they've actually made it wider, not made it skinnier, but to remove a lot of the ambiguity that was around this rule before. They've just said stay on the dirt, don't go on the grass. It's pretty cut and dry. And so because Devers is called out, it's not 1-0 Red Sox. They're going to have it looks like, at still first and second for the Red Sox. 2 outs and still no score. That's a big break for the Blue Jays overall. That's going to end the day of Ryan Yarbrough, who exits the game with it tied right now. 0-0, 2 outs, 2 on. Bottom of the 6th inning, Zach Pop coming in next. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, don't forget we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have the post-game show on both TV and radio. You can leave them a message via the back leg line right now, or certainly whenever you like. 416-413-3959 is the number to call, or you can text them as well, 590-590, name and location. They'll get to your calls and your texts when this game is in the books. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. We'll continue checking NFL news. In Cleveland, running back Nick Chubb is expected to start the season on the physically unable to perform list, or the PUP list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 games. Chubb's still recovering from a pretty gruesome knee injury last season, so he is expected to be out for a while, probably past the first 4 games as well. While he is on the mend, Jerome Ford expected to take the bulk of the work for the Browns on the ground. In Miami, offensive lineman Isaiah Wynn and linebackers Bradley Chubb and Cameron Good will also start the year on the PUP list. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel saying it's TBD on whether or not wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. will also start on the PUP list as well. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action at Fenway. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue with the call.
Thank you very much, Joe. Still scoreless, Blue Jays and Red Sox, after a pretty interesting play. If you weren't with us just a couple minutes ago, swinging bunt by Rafael Devers with 2 runners on looked like it produced a Red Sox run. The throw to first from Brian Serven hit Devers and rolled away, and it allowed Romy Gonzalez to score from second on the infield single. However, Rafael Devers left the base path, stepped onto the infield grass to the left of where the baseline is, and because of that, he interfered with the play. He was called out. Both runners were returned to first and second respectively, and it's still scoreless as Zach Pop comes on.
And on the replay, it was very obvious what Rafael Devers was trying to accomplish, kind of moving maybe a foot to his left, trying to get in the way of that throw.
Zach Pop's pitch now to Rob Refsnyder is cut on and missed, strike 1. So all that to say we're still tied. It's still Gonzalez on second and Tyler O'Neill on first, with 2 outs now in the bottom of the 6th. Pop peeks at second at Gonzalez, the 0-1. Missed low.
Zach Pop's looked like a completely different guy his last couple of outings. He threw 2 innings against the Reds and then just one inning against the Angels, but we've seen a lot of downward action with that sinker, 98 miles an hour a lot of the time. He's been great.
1-1. Swing and a foul back, 1-2. 48th appearance of the season for Pop, who sports a .593 earned run average in 41 innings. The 1-2. Swing and a chopper foul left side.
And if you just look at the numbers of Zach Pop, they're probably underwhelming, and actually they are underwhelming. But from my point of view, just the eye test, just me watching him his last 30 or 40 pitches, he's figured something out. He's doing something different with the hand, with the release point, with the mechanics. He looks pretty good right now.
Another 1-2. Slider in a check swing by Refsnyder, but he didn't go on a pitch off the plate away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pop twirling the ball around behind his back, tucks it into the glove. Set belt high. The righty kicks and fires. Swing and a foul ball to the right. Refsnyder battling here, trying to change his 0 for 2 line. He struck out in the second and grounded out to short in the 4th. Two once more. Hit on the ground up the middle at the shortstop Jimenez, who flips the short way to second base to end the inning. The Blue Jays survived the scare of the Devers near RBI single, and after a hit and a walk, it's no runs for the Red Sox and 2 left on base. Scoreless game going to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays, and with all kinds of cool new games and activities in the exciting outfield district areas, there's no end to the family fun you'll have.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care. For this life I cannot change. Hitting hills, deep off in the main.
This is George Springer, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
7th inning at Fenway Park. First of 2 games the Blue Jays play against the Red Sox today. No score. Addison Barger up, and the first pitch is high and outside. Ball 1. Still Nick Pivetta in this ball game on 4 2/3 innings of work right now. Righty's 1-0. Breaking ball, backdoors Barger for strike 1. It's been one of Pivetta's best outings, if not his best outing of the season thus far. 1-1. Check swing, pitch low, 2-1. Only 1 hit allowed for the Canadian right-hander, no walks and 8 strikeouts. Got Barger swinging in the 4th. 2-1. Foul tipped. Barger stumbles over the plate. It's 2-2. Barger, Springer, Schneider this inning for the Blue Jays. 2-2. Foul tipped, strike 3. 9 Ks for Pivetta, including the last 3 batters he's gone up against.
Yeah, and Pivetta and Danny Jansen saw something with Addison Barger that he couldn't catch up to that elevated heater. They tried to get that heater up 2 or 3 times in that at-bat. Addison Barger swinging through that last 4-seam fastball above the strike zone. Pretty good job right there by Jansen and Pivetta.
1 out now, and George Springer up. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Well, I can imagine Andrew Bailey and Nick Pivetta deferring a little bit to Danny Jansen in terms of game planning today. Probably has a pretty good idea of what he wants to do with a lot of these Blue Jay hitters. 1-0. Swing and a fly ball. Deep left field. Going back, and that one's over the monster. George Springer joins the traffic on Lansdowne Street with a solo home run to give the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead.
Well, Rob Refsnyder in left field didn't move a muscle. He just turned around and watched that thing fly way over the green monster. What a swing. What a result for George Springer.
For Springer, his 18th home run of the season. And the Blue Jays, moments after the Red Sox had a run called back because of interference, strike first now with the homer.
Throws that home run jacket on, goes running down the dugout. Fits him a little bit better than it does Ernie Clement, I'll tell you that.
Davis Schneider takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. So 1-0 Toronto, bases empty, 1 out, top of the 7th. The pitch. This is low, 2-0. Springer's trying to put up another 20-homer season. Only once in a full season in his career has he not reached 20 homers. 2015. 2-0 pitch, called strike 2-1. Even in 2020, Springer hit 14 homers, which for a 60-game season is shockingly close to a 20-homer season. And now he sits at 18 in 2024. 2-1 to Davis Schneider. Swing and a hard liner down in left field for a base hit. All over that four-seam fastball was Schneider, and the command looks like it might be slipping a little bit here for Nick Pivetta in the 7th.
Yeah, that's got to feel good if you're Davis Schneider. Finally ripping something on a line somewhere. You could see the frustration from Nick Pivetta asking for another ball, but that's got to feel good if you're Davis Schneider. Every hit matters, especially mentally for him, for the confidence of Davis Schneider.
You mentioned the frustration of Pivetta. Danny Jansen's decided to go out to the mound and talk to the righty starter.
So a 14 home run season
in 2020.
In 60 games, that's what, a 40 homer pace?
Roughly. Yeah.
Pretty good season.
It's a pretty good season. Yeah. Springer with his 18th this season. As the Blue Jays on top 1-0. Pitch to Dalton Varsho. Up high, ball 1. Blue Jays only hit off Nick Pivetta was Dalton Varsho before this frame. Varsho had the single in the 5th, but now Toronto with the homer from Springer and a single from Schneider. 1-0. Swing and a fly ball. Deep right field. Going back O'Neill. He's got some room and he makes the catch. Pivetta went down to a knee when that ball got hit, like he thought it was out of here. But it's not the warmest day in Boston. Maybe he got caught by some cooler air. It slows down, and that's the second out.
Well, Nick Pivetta wasn't the only one that thought he got it. I thought Dalton Varsho got that baseball off the bat. He might have got it just off the end of the bat, but you're right. Nick Pivetta kind of hunched over and got his knees close to the ground, willing that thing not to get out of here.
Now he throws a first pitch breaking ball for strike 1 to Will Wagner. 1-0 Blue Jays, 2 outs, runner on first, top of the 7th. Wagner 0 for 2. He struck out and popped out today. Swings at the 0-1 in the dirt and misses. It's 0-2. Wagner wheels around his bat twice and now brings it to his left shoulder. 0-2. Way up and away, ball 1. Now the 1-2. In the dirt, check swing. Not a swing, and the throw down to second on Davis Schneider's steal attempt is late, and Schneider has swiped 2 bags today. Throw bounced in from Danny Jansen, and for Davis Schneider, his 6th stolen base of the year.
That's pretty impressive. Just 4 stolen bases all season long, but 2 of them coming today. So I guess he has 6 now, but Davis Schneider obviously has seen something over the last couple of years in Danny Jansen. He knows that he can swipe that bag, and he gets in there pretty easily.
It's now a single could double the Blue Jay advantage. Pivetta, mindful of that runner on second, steps off. Schneider in scoring position, 2 outs, top of the 7th. 1-0 Blue Jays and a 2-2 count on Will Wagner. Pivetta staring out at Schneider, delivers home. Bouncing ball foul, went off the foot of Wagner and rolled into fair territory, but that's foul ball, still 2-2.
Will Wagner doesn't really wear any protection. Actually, he wears none. No elbow guard, no foot guard, no shin guard. And that just drilled him off the end of the toe.
I mean, all he's got is batting gloves and a little bit of wrist tape. That's
Old
pretty
school.
much it. Yeah. 2-2. Swing and a foul ball sent down the left field line and into the seats. This is the first of 2 games today and 5 in this series between the Blue Jays and Red Sox. 2-2. Swing and a bouncing ball foul to the right. Toronto and Boston actually still have 8 games, including this one, to play against each other before the conclusion of this season. Which feels a bit odd because there's AL East teams that the Blue Jays aren't playing at all anymore this season, like the Yankees. Turn and throw to second, and Pivetta whips it into right center field. Schneider gets up. He'll go to third. That one was way off the mark. It'll be an error on the pitcher, and Davis Schneider moves up 90 feet.
Well, actually, I could actually tell that wasn't going to be a great throw. As Pivetta was spinning, you could see that left leg, that lead leg. It almost looked like he was throwing it to the umpire, who was about 10 feet to the right of second base. That's a big extra base for Davis Schneider.
Yeah, Pivetta threw all in one motion, his step off and turn, and instead of turning around 180 degrees, it was more like 140 degrees or something like that, and he threw it diagonal to the right. So
it truly did look like he was throwing to the umpire, although the umpire is wearing the opposite colors of what the Red Sox are wearing.
Another 2-2 to Wagner. Swing and another one, spoiled foul. Pivetta, who had used breaking balls in the dirt to his advantage previously, might be a little bit more worried about that now with Schneider on third after his error. Right-hander sets with the glove at his chest. He kicks and delivers. Fastball up and in, ball 3.
And that's a good point that you just brought up. It really changes the pitch selection, especially because there's so much movement, so much break on his pitches. You have to wonder, does he trust Danny Jansen? That's a big run out at third base.
3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Wagner went around on a curveball that broke in, tried to hold up but couldn't, and Pivetta picks up his 10th strikeout in 5 2/3 innings. Blue Jays get on the board, though, with a run on 2 hits. It's George Springer's solo homer that makes it 1-0 Toronto at the stretch. Sweet Caroline coming up next from Fenway Park. 1-0 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
So, you want to be a Looney Dogger, eh? Every Tuesday, Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Grab $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Plus, stop by the Schneider's Porch, your hot dog headquarters. The destination for a one-of-a-kind hot dog experience with excellent ballpark views. So, whether you're the relish ringleader or 7th-inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
It's fall. In love with Ontario time. Fall for the brightest of seasons. Fall into the leaves. To the sound of a waterfall. Fall for a new hiking trail. A harvest. A wine tasting. Fall asleep in a whole new place. And rise to the perfect crisp day. And remember, fall is short. Plan yours now at destinationontario.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He makes the catch, and the Blue Jays win the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 1-0, bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher for Toronto is the lefty Genesis Cabrera, who now takes on Masataka Yoshida, a left-handed hitter, and starts him off with a fastball for strike 1. Yoshida, Jansen, and Tristan Casas scheduled to hit this inning. 2 left-handed hitters with Danny Jansen sandwiched in the middle. 0-1. Breaking ball popped up. Third base side of the diamond. Guerrero moving toward the bag, makes a 2-handed catch, 1 out. For Genesis Cabrera, this is his 56th time pitching for the Blue Jays this year. Earned run average is in the low 3s now, getting pretty close to 2. And we've talked about all the guys whose years look a lot different than when this game started. Cabrera had almost a 4.5 ERA when this game was going on in mid-June. The pitch to Danny Jansen, 97 on the outside corner, strike one.
Yeah, that's a great pitch. 97 with a little bit of sink, too, down and away. Danny Jansen is probably thinking, I know that pitch. I don't like that pitch.
No. Jansen with a hit today, though, in 2 tries. 0-1. Swing and a pop-up behind the plate. Servant scrambling back, ditches the mask, but he runs out of room. That one goes off of the netting and will roll back down onto the field. 0-2.
Pretty hard changeup. 89 miles an hour from Yenesis Cabrera. And coincidentally, Danny Jansen was out in front of it.
When you start with 97, 88's quite the change of pace. 1 out, base is empty. Cabrera tucks the ball into his glove. Now the 0-2. Bounce to cutter near the back foot of Jansen. A ball and 2 strikes. It's been a pretty productive stint so far for Danny Jansen as a Boston Red Sox. Offensive numbers are improved in the limited sample over his season with the Blue Jays going into the deadline. 1-2. Swing and a pop-up foul behind the plate again. Serving again, ditching the mask, but it gets into the seats. For Jansen, his batting average is over 230 with the Boston Red Sox. It's 215 overall on the season, and he has 2 home runs already with the Red Sox in 14 games. Servin gets the mask back on. He's on the Blue Jays because Danny Jansen is on the Red Sox right now. Servin calls the pitch as Cabrera tries to strike out Jansen. 1-2. Bounce to cutter again, just getting a little bit too on top of that, trying to deliver it to the back ankle.
Yeah, I think Yenesis Cabrera is overthrowing that cutter just a little bit, but he also knows that Danny Jansen can run into one. He can run into a fastball. He can guess fastball, get out in front, and hit that thing over the green monster.
2-2. This is way up and away with a curveball that slipped out of the hand. Full count. Jansen also not as prone to chasing as he might have been in previous years. He's walked over 30 times in 75 games this season. 3-2. Swing and a pop-up into the seats. Danny Jansen goes down to a knee to fight off that cutter in on the hands. The lefty Cabrera tugs on the brim of his cap. Now comes set. He twists and deals. Fastball lifted to shallow center field. Will Wagner, the second baseman, going out there. Called off by Dalton Varsho, who makes the catch. 2 outs.
Pretty good pitch from Cabrera. 96 away. Man, if you have that stuff and you're left-handed, you can last a long time in this game. Cabrera just needs to throw strikes, and he'll be fine. But that last pitch right there was pretty cool.
Wins that battle with Jansen. Danny Jansen put up a fight, 8 pitches, but Cabrera got him. And now 2 outs, and lefty swinger Tristan Casas is up. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the 7th. The pitch. Swing and a miss, and a cutter in on the hands. Strike 1. Casas sees a lot of breaking stuff, and really Cabrera's cutter is more like a breaking ball than a fastball. Pitchers are throwing Casas a lot of breaking balls because he's only hitting 186 against breaking balls this season. 0-1. They go with the curveball, and he hits it high and deep down the right field line, but he got too far out in front of it and hit it foul. 0-2.
Yeah, Brian Servin wanted that thing down and away, but again, I think Yenesis Cabrera might have tried to overthrow it, and he got around it and left that thing right over the middle. Luckily, Casas was a little bit out in front, hit it foul, but that's a dangerous pitch when you're only up by 1 run.
Casas going for a little bit of extra grip on the bat, has the stick of pine tar, rubs it all over the handle, and starts to walk back toward the plate. Oh, 2 outs, base is empty, bottom of the 7th. 1-0 Blue Jays thanks to the home run hit by George Springer in the top half of the inning. 0-2. Missed down low with a cutter. New baseball for Cabrera, rubbing it up as the last one hit the dirt. Now he steps onto the middle of the rubber. Lefty's pitch. Foul tipped, strike 3. 98 on the outside edge. Cabrera gets Tristan Casas to cap off a 1-2-3, bottom of the 7th. We go to the 8th with the Blue Jays holding a 1-0 lead. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM.
Let's go!
We're back on the track Sunday,
5 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the award-winning podcast, Black Diamonds. This week, we discuss Negro League statistics being integrated into the MLB record book.
This game, I realize how important it is to this country, to our history. Having the Negro Leagues included into all of this baseball history is as American as you can get.
Listen to Black Diamonds right now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way. Steve, you were so right about that. I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we
We're on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning at Fenway Park, 1-0 Blue Jays over Red Sox. Nick Pivetta still on the mound for Boston, about to throw his 85th pitch. Strike 1 to Leo Jimenez. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. Chris LaRue to my left. Show Ali, our host and producer, and Tom Young, our technical director. 0-1. Swing and a high fly ball, very shallow left center. It's going to be the shortstop's ball. Cedon Rafaela calls for it and makes the catch. 1 out. Alex Cora asking Nick Pivetta to cover a lot of this game. Pivetta's now thrown 6 innings, technically as a reliever, although he started the resumption of the game. Cutter Crawford originally started this game.
Yeah, and he's looked great. I mean, he's thrown all of his pitches for strikes. Obviously, he has 10 strikeouts in this innings. He's now thrown 6 innings, but one of his best outings of the year.
Brian Servant takes the first pitch from Pivetta low, 1-0.
No better time to do it either. All his buddies can watch him on TV. Playing against the Blue Jays in Victoria.
1-0. Swing and a foul back, 1-1. That, though, has actually been a very common occurrence for Pivetta in his career. This is the 17th time he's faced the Blue Jays. Just by pure luck, he has faced the Blue Jays way more than every other AL East team that he's pitched against. Only the Braves he's pitched against more in his major league career. 1-1. Swing and a line drive, left field, base hit for Servant. That one's rolling toward the corner. Cut off by Refsnyder. It'll be a single for Brian Servant, who delivers, batting in the leadoff spot today.
Well, I don't think we're going to see him try to swipe second base, but that actually wasn't a terrible pitch from Nick Pivetta. In on the hands. Brian Servant just got enough of it to get it out to left field. Rob Refsnyder does a good job cutting it off and keeping Brian Servant at first base.
For the Blue Jays, their 4th hit off Pivetta. The big swing of George Springer last inning is why Toronto's up 1-0. Spencer Horwitz to the plate, 0 for 3, the pitch. Strike one. Horwitz with 2 strikeouts today, also a flyout back in June.
A flyout when?
Back in June. 0-1. Swinging a foul back, 0-2.
You really loved saying that, didn't you?
I did. Right-handed reliever Luis Garcia up right now for the Red Sox. Blue Jays have 1 on with 1 out in the 8th. 0-2. In the dirt, good block by Danny Jansen, one of the best in the game at blocking, and it's 1-2.
That was about as technically sound as it gets. Moved those legs over and caught that baseball right in the center of his chest. That's how you learn to block when you're in high school.
1-2. Hit on the ground right side and bobbled at first by Casas, and Horwitz is safe. Really jumbled up play. Casas went to field and turned to second thinking about turning a double play. He missed it. Romy Gonzalez, the second baseman behind him, picked it up. And Gonzalez was going toward first. So was Casas. So was Pivetta, the pitcher. Gonzalez decided not to flip and take it himself, and trying to get to the bag, he stumbled, missed it, and Horwitz beat him anyway.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Casas came up and thought he was going to throw to second base before he actually caught that ball, and it snuck underneath his glove. You have to catch the baseball before you start to throw the baseball, and Casas just a big blunder there and a big spot in the top of the 8th.
And it's going to be, I think, the end of the day for Nick Pivetta. Alex Cora comes and takes the baseball after the error, makes it first and second for the Blue Jays. 1 out in the 8th. So a really good outing by Nick Pivetta, but the Blue Jays have an opportunity to add a little bit to his line here with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hitting next. First, though, the warm-up pitches of Luis Garcia. And with Garcia coming in, let's go to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we check on the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, don't forget we do have Jays Talk. The post-game show will be handled by Blair and Barker today on both TV and radio. You can leave him a message via the back leg line whenever you like, 416-413-3959, or you can text them as well, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It's always open. Standard data and messaging rates do apply. They'll get to both your calls and your texts when this game is in the books. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. The NFL preseason officially over, which means the first of 272 games will go next Thursday. Not this Thursday, but September 5th. And if you missed this from earlier, the big news of the day, CeeDee Lamb signing a massive extension with the Cowboys. 4 years, $136 million. $100 million of it is guaranteed, and a record for wide receivers with a $38 million signing bonus. He is now the second highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Elsewhere, wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, he was released by the Patriots this offseason. He is reuniting with the Chiefs, his former team. And elsewhere around the league, we still await a few quarterback room decisions for a variety of teams. Steeler head coach Mike Tomlin saying this weekend that he's going to wait until the end of this work week to make the decision on anointing either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields the starter in Pittsburgh. In New England, rookie head coach Gerard Mayo saying that Drake May has been the best QB, but that there are, quote-unquote, more factors that go into announcing a starter. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Righty Luis Garcia, recently acquired from the Los Angeles Angels, will take over for the Boston Red Sox with 2 runners on and 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. It's 1-0 Blue Jays, and after a Tristan Casas error, a huge opportunity for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Toronto.
This is a big spot against a tough right-handed reliever, though. Luis Garcia not really having a great season in terms of ERA, but he has a big fastball, upper 90s, sometimes hitting 100 miles an hour.
Right-hander sets and looks back at second. Now the pitch to Guerrero is 97 right down the middle for strike one. 55th appearance, or 56th rather, for Garcia this season. ERA is just a hair below 5. His 0-1. Inside. For Garcia, though, the numbers were a lot better than that when the Red Sox acquired him at the deadline. It was a sub-4 ERA. But he has just had a very rough Red Sox tenure so far. 12 earned runs in 10 2/3 innings. 1-1. Swing and a liner down the right field line. Base hit rolling into the corner. Coming around third, Brian Servin's going to score. Ernie Clement, the pinch runner for Horwitz, is going around third. He scores as well. It's a 2-run double for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and a 3-0 Blue Jay advantage.
And such a good piece of hitting. A fastball out over the plate. And instead of trying to pull that thing, Vlad just went with it, used the whole field, and ripped it just past the first baseman. What a beautiful swing from Vlad. A couple of RBIs, too. A couple of big RBIs.
RBIs 86 and 87 for Guerrero. And also that being his 36th double, it sets a new single-season career high, surpassing his 35 in 2022. Addison Barger swings at the first pitch he sees and launches it to right. That ball one-hops the wall, an automatic double, and another run comes in to score. It's 4-0.
And talk about seeing the ball better. Addison Barger just rips that double, one-hop the wall for a ground rule double. I mean, he is on fire right now, seeing the ball so well for his 9th double of the season.
And everything just jumps off the bat. He can have a tough start to a day like he did today with 2 strikeouts, but if he makes one good piece of contact, he's probably driving in a run.
Yeah, and that slider right there from Garcia was over the middle, and we've seen him hit hangers over the last week or so.
George Springer takes a hanger that actually missed inside 1-0.
And I think that's the biggest thing for him. When pitchers make mistakes, you have to make them pay. You have to do damage on those mistakes, and he did it right there. That was an 89-mile-an-hour slider that really didn't do much, and he just ripped it for a ground rule double.
So 4-0 Blue Jays, and with 1 out, the 1-0 is way inside. Springer backs out of the way, 2-0. The line is closed now on Nick Pivetta. He was responsible somewhat for the 2 base runners on when Guerrero was hitting, although one of them reached via an error. 2-0. Called strike 2 and 1. Still ends up being a good day, but instead of 1 run, it turns into 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. No walks, 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a little bit disappointing for Nick Pivetta. You look at the box score, he looked like he pitched an okay game, but he was really on point today.
2-1 pitch hit foul by Springer. Bounced it off his front foot, stumbles over the plate to the opposite side. 2-2. George Springer batting for the 4th time. 2nd time today, or 3rd time today, but 4th time overall in this game. Homered in the 7th to break open the scoring. Now 4-0 Blue Jays, and the 2-2 from Garcia. Swing and a bouncing ball to third. Picked up by Devers. He'll throw to first for the 2nd out. Barger takes 90 feet, moving from 2nd to 3rd base. And here comes Davis Schneider. Schneider with a base hit today, had a walk when this game started already, also a pair of stolen bases. First pitch up, 1-0. That's now with the sunglasses on. We saw a little bit of rain in the forecast coming up at 4, but at least at 3:59 it's looking pretty good right now. 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
A wild swing from Davis Schneider. Obviously thought a heater was coming right there, but that was a pretty good off-speed pitch. A sweeper from Garcia down and away.
Right on right matchup. And the 1-1. Check swing on another breaking ball away. Appeal down to first. No swing. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Luis Garcia acquired by the Red Sox from the Angels. We saw 2 of the pieces out of the 4 that went the other way in that deal for the Angels in the last series. 2-1. Down low, 3-1. Both Nico Kavadas, the first baseman DH, and Ryan Zefferjohn, the right-handed reliever who made his major league debut yesterday, were a part of that deal that helped the Red Sox acquire Garcia. 3-1. Right down the middle, strike 2.
You too.
4-0 Blue Jays, 3 runs in this inning. Addison Barger on third base with 2 outs, and Dalton Varsho on deck should the top of the 8th continue. 3-2. Swing and a roller foul, still a full count.
Zefferjohn yesterday actually got his first career strikeout, his first major league strikeout on 1 pitch.
And you were asking about when that's happened.
Yeah.
Someone did reach out to me on Twitter and mentioned that Adam Ottavino did the same thing for the Rockies in 2015. 3-2. Another foul ball. This one off to the right in the air.
That sounds like something that nobody has ever done before, but I mean, how many things in baseball has nobody ever done before? There's
Danny Jansen plays for both teams in one game. Baseball will get you. You are right.
There you go.
There are very few firsts to get anymore. Another 3-2, and this one is popped up right side foul. Moving over toward the dugout is Casas, but the first baseman watches it fall into the seats. And Davis Schneider putting up a fight here has fouled off 3 straight. Obviously, some firsts came for Davis Schneider here 1 year and 22 days ago when he debuted at Fenway Park with a homer off James Paxton. 3-2 again. Fouled off of Danny Jansen's helmet and pops all the way over the netting into the seats. So we'll see a 10th pitch in this plate appearance.
Pretty good at bat from Davis Schneider. We saw him get a base hit earlier. We saw him get a walk earlier. I mean, I don't know if he's seeing the ball better today than he has over the last month and a half, 2 months, but I mean, that last swing right there, fouling off a tough fastball off of Danny Jansen's helmet. That tells me that at least he's taking good swings.
Tenth pitch of the AB. Called strike 3. 99 on the outside edge. A very nice pitch from Garcia to end the inning. An inning in which the Blue Jays scored 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 3 hits, 1 error, and leave 1 on base. 4-0 Blue Jays as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Now, Sweet Caroline will play at Fenway Park. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizzapizza.ca. At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
September 25th.
We're going in.
Chicago Wednesday returns on City TV.
Police, get back!
We all face fear.
Crazy upside-down world out there.
But only heroes run towards it.
If someone is in trouble, you do whatever you gotta do to help them.
You do what it takes. You're gonna be okay. We got you now.
Chicago Med, Fire and PD. New season's premiere September 25th on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Blue Jays leading 4-0 at Fenway Park. Thanks so much for tuning in today for the first of 2 games. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays with a couple changes to what's going on. We'll get to that in a sec, but first, the change on the mound. Erik Swanson takes over, and his first pitch to Ceddanne Rafaela is hit foul in the air, 0-1. Swanson into the ball game for his 31st appearance of the year, a .666 earned run average and just under 26 innings of work. 0-1. Bounce back to the mound, picked up by Swanson. He jogs over to first and underhand flips to new first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 1 out.
And there's that slider that he's, I don't want to say fallen in love with, but he's definitely used it more over the last little while than he has in the past. But that one right there was pretty good downward action. Good spin to it. Route number 1.
He's throwing that slider a little bit harder than usual. It's veering a little bit into the cutter realm, but still is a slider. His pitch now to Jarren Duran is hit back foul, 0-1.
He has shied away a little bit from the split finger. That was his bread and butter earlier on in his career when he was doing so well for the Jays, for the Mariners. But for whatever reason, he just can't get on top of that pitch this season.
Righty's 0-1. Ball with a fastball up top. Mentioned a lot of changes for the Blue Jays, so not only the new pitcher, but Spencer Horwitz was lifted for a pinch runner. Last inning, Ernie Clement came in, so Horwitz is no longer at first. That has Guerrero at first now. 1-1. Swing and a fly ball, left center field. Varsho going back to the monster, so is Joey Loperfido, and that ball might be gone, might be a ground rule double. We're waiting on a decision, and they're going to say it's a home run. Joey Loperfido was waving his hands in the air like the fan reached over the wall and interfered. But for now, it'll be a solo shot for Jarren Duran, and the Red Sox are on the board. It's 4-1.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a very good piece of hitting from Duran. It wasn't a bad pitch, a split finger down and away. I think John Schneider wants a review of this home run here.
The ruling on the field is a home run. This is a crew chief review.
So the crew chief review actually means the Blue Jays technically are not challenging, and rather the crew chief is, so the Blue Jays won't lose their challenge in that case. It's hard to tell exactly the angle on the replay we looked at. What I can tell you is that fan definitely reached forward. Did he reach so far forward that it crossed the plane of the wall? Kind of hard to tell from our looks.
Nah, that's a home run. That'll stand.
Yeah, the fan almost reached like onto the flat top of the wall, but it would have bounced there anyway. By the way, saying the changes, Joey Loperfido just came in and left. He was the one who called it for Schneider. Ernie Clements at third and Guerrero at first.
After review, the call on the field is confirmed as a home run.
That fan absolutely soaked in every second of that moment as well, kissing the baseball. Now he's on TV a couple of times. He's really soaking it in.
I mean, he knew. He knew that he didn't do anything wrong. He got it as close to doing something wrong as he can without doing anything wrong, but he reeled it in up there. And the Red Sox now on the board. A home run by Duran. Here's the pitch to Romy Gonzalez. It's up and in, ball 1.
And again, it wasn't a bad pitch. It was just that Duran has so much power. He went the other way, made a good swing decision, and drilled it over that green monster.
18th homer of the season for Jarren Duran. 1-0 pitch called strike 1-1.
But that's just the way the season has gone for Erik Swanson. Pretty erratic with a lot of his pitches, and then when he makes a good pitch, Duran still gets the barrel to it.
Swanson twists and deals. Gonzalez bounces it up the middle. Running stop by Leo Jimenez. Pumps and throws to first. 2 outs. Blue Jays did have that cushion, so even with the home run, still up by 3 runs, 4-1. Tyler O'Neill's going to hit next for the Red Sox, trying to start something here with 2 outs and the bases empty. Swanson set at the belt, flicking his glove around, and now the pitch. Swing and a pop-up on the slider. Shallow right center. Springer moving in, shielding his eyes from the sun, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Swanson pitches around that solo home run to keep the Blue Jays on top. The Red Sox do get one thanks to Jarren Duran, but it's 4-1 Blue Jays going to the ninth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Elevate your road trip with a channel made from steer wheel pounding, bridge belting, mile melting sing-alongs, designed to bring the whole car together. Road Trip Radio. For a limited time on Channel 79 starting Thursday, and year-round on Channel 301 on most radios and in the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app. Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
A lot of these young guys are comfortable playing with one another from the minor leagues and understanding that they're in the big leagues now and expectations are a little bit different. So it has been cool to see that kind of shift in energy.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Josh Winkowski into the wind for the Red Sox, delivers a pitch to Dalton Varsho, and he hits it on the ground right at the shortstop, Cedon Rafaela, who throws out Varsho. One pitch, one out in the ninth. 4-1, the Blue Jays leading the Red Sox in the first of two games these teams will play today. Winkowski taking over as the fourth Red Sox pitcher in this game, a former Blue Jay draft pick. 30th appearance for the right-hander, who's got a 4.45 ERA. This pitch to Will Wagner, misses up top, ball one. Wagner 0 for 3 today with a strikeout. The 1-0. Swing and a liner foul left side, 1-1. Josh Winkowski, the new pitcher, was a 15th rounder by the Blue Jays in 2016 out of high school in Florida. Righty takes a breath, steps to the left, glove overhead, the 1-1. Swing and a two-hopper to second. Picked up by Romy Gonzalez, throw to first, 2 outs.
Winkowski's got pretty good stuff. Mid-90s fastball, a changeup, and then that little cutter slider that he uses on lefties right there. Pretty good pitch.
And Winkowski's had some success against the Blue Jays this season, especially if you go back to the last game that Toronto played here on June 25th. Righty delivers to Leo Jimenez. Strike one. That was the game the Blue Jays snapped their long losing streak in the middle of the year, and they just torched Brian Bayo early on. So Winkowski pitched the final 6 innings of that game in relief and gave up 2 runs. 0-1 pitch, called strike nothing and 2. Chad Green getting loose for the Blue Jays. Could be on in just a moment. 2 strikes on Jimenez, 2 outs in the top of the ninth. The pitch. Swing and a foul back. For the Red Sox, it'll be the middle of the order, 4, 5, 6 for Boston. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth. Rafael Devers, Rob Refsnyder, and Masataka Yoshida are scheduled to hit. Another 0-2. Way high, ball one. Jimenez 0 for 3, trying to extend this top of the ninth. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a soft roller to first. Backhanded by Casas, flips back to the pitcher Winkowski, who steps on the bag to complete a scoreless inning. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Blue Jays up 4-1, trying to lock up this resumed game and get a little break before game 2. Chad Green coming on the field next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Jays fans, ready to hit a home run with your next roofing project? Step up to the plate with GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, the official roofing shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Just like our Jays, GAF Timberline HDZ shingles deliver top performance with unmatched durability and protection. So, when it's time to cover your bases, choose the winning team. Visit your local Home Depot or shop online at homedepot.ca for all your roofing shingles and accessories. GAF. We protect what matters most.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Jays lead the Red Sox 4-1 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning at Fenway Park. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk. Blair and Barker have the post-game show after both games of the doubleheader, but after game 1, they will be on both TV and radio. You can leave them a message via the back leg line, whatever you like, 416-413-3959, or you can text them as well, 590-590, name and location, please. They will get to those as well when this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Jays lead the Sox 4-1 at Fenway Park. It's the bottom of the ninth inning, and Chad Green is on to try and shut things down with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays up 4-1, like you said, and Rafael Devers leading off. Fouls back a first pitch fastball from Green. 0-1. 43rd appearance of the season for Chad Green, who sports an ERA at 1.69 right now. A very impressive season. Not to mention he's 14 for 14 saving games. 0-1. Fastball popped up foul, or it's actually going to stay fair down the left field line. Loperfido jumping near the stands, and it did veer back foul again. Loperfido couldn't make the play, and he might have actually ran into a fan, but it looks like they're both all right. It's 0-2.
Yeah, Loperfido, I think he went crashing into that short wall out there in foul territory in left field. Pretty dangerous. Ernie Clement. Leo Jimenez actually out there. And then it lands about 2 rows deep.
It was a little Bartman-esque, although the Red Sox fans were helping their own team out there rather than hurting their own team. Green and Devers ready to go again. 0-2. And he spiked the slider, almost hit Devers as that one skipped by into an advertisement on the backstop. These two know each other very well. Green, of course, the longtime Yankee. Devers, a career Red Sox. Devers is 4 for 17 against Chad Green. 1-2. Missed low with the slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Devers, Refsnyder, Yoshida. Two-two pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the back foot slider. And for Chad Green, that's a strikeout for the first out of the bottom of the ninth.
Well, he just threw 2 sliders before that. Neither one of them was close. And then that one right there started down the middle, looked like a very hittable pitch, and then slid underneath the bat of Rafael Devers. A huge out for Chad Green.
Toughest obstacle in this ninth, although still some good hitters to come as Rob Refsnyder fouls back a fastball. 0-1. These two have never faced off before, despite the length of time they've both been in the majors. They were teammates on the Yankees, though. The 0-1 pitch is hit in the air foul, 0-2. Ref Snyder debuted with the Yankees in 2015, Chad Green in 2016. 0-2. Slider off the plate away. You would figure that maybe they would have faced with Ref Snyder's stint on the Blue Jays, the Rays, and 3 seasons now with the Red Sox. 1-2 pitch, bounce foul, still 1-2, but this is the first time.
That is actually a strange one. I would have thought that they've faced each other a bunch of times.
Now, Ref Snyder, he has never played 100 games in a season. He's been either an up and down kind of guy or a part-time guy. 1-2 pitch, hit foul, still 1-2, but you'd still kind of figure at some point they'd run into each other. Green's 11th pitch of the inning. Up high, ball 2. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Green last pitch 2 days ago when the Blue Jays won 3-1. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another swinging strikeout on a slider, 2 down.
Yeah, another really good slider that looked like a hittable pitch. Again, that's the biggest thing. You have to make that slider look like a fastball. And right there, that looked like a fastball that was right down the middle. Ref Snyder swings just over the top of it.
So 2 down, and Masataka Yoshida represents the last chance for the Red Sox. He hits the first pitch in the air, left field, and it's off the top of the monster. Fielded on a bounce by Loperfido. Yoshida trying for second, and he slides in with a 2-out double. Yoshida saw that fastball up and away and almost hit it out of the park. Instead, it's his 16th double of the season.
Yeah, if you're Chad Green, you have 2 outs in this inning. You just calm down. You don't think about that guy on second base right now. You go after the hitter. You have a 3-run lead. This guy coming up cannot hit a 3-run home run, so just go after that hitter.
The guy coming up is Danny Jansen, batting here in the bottom of the 9th. He takes down an away ball 1. Jansen is 0 for 6 in his career against Chad Green with 3 strikeouts. 1-0. Down and away, 2-0. (4-1) Blue Jays, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Yoshida on second. Green kicks and fires. Check swing roller foul, 2-1. A bit of a break for Green. Jansen was trying to hold up on that fastball up and in. Instead, it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. 2-1 pitch. Popped up, foul, right side, out of play, 2-2. Red Sox down to their final strike for the first time today. A pitcher's duel. Blue Jays capitalized on the bullpen in the 8th, and that's why they're up 4-1. Green sets. Looks in at Jansen. 2-2. Fouled back. Top of the zone fastball that was backspun into the netting. Another 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Jansen goes around on a slider, and the Blue Jays win the game. Chad Green strikes out a trio to get the save, and big swings from George Springer, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Addison Barger power the Blue Jays to a 4-1 win.
Yeah, Nick Pivetta was great for the Red Sox today, but the Blue Jays bullpen, including Yariel Rodriguez, they saw 7 different arms come out of that bullpen today for the Toronto Blue Jays, and they absolutely shut down this Red Sox offense. What a performance from them. It's really hard to get 7 different guys to pitch well, and the Blue Jays did that today.
Blue Jays take the game 4-1. We are going to take a quick step aside here, wrap it up on the other side, and then plenty of coverage in between the two games today. So stick with us. 4-1, Toronto takes the first of two today. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. We're two men in a truck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2 men in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is Jose Berrios, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays take the opener of this doubleheader and 5-game series, winning 4-1 in the resumed game at Fenway Park. Thanks so much for sticking around with us. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We'll get you to Blue Jays talk in just a second. But, Chris, it was definitely a weird one getting into this one today. One of the more unique games of the year, as we started in the second inning after this game was suspended 2 months ago today.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm grateful that you knew all the little intricacies of the game, all the little nuances of the game. I was lost a little bit within the first 10 minutes or so, but you did a good job navigating us through that first little bit of the ball game. But it was a great ball game. The Blue Jays end up winning 4-1, and like I said, the bullpen was outstanding. 7 different pitchers pitched in this ball game for the Toronto Blue Jays, and it's very hard for a bullpen to kind of hold it together. The chances of one guy blowing up and having a bad game are very, very high. So for the Blue Jays to come out and have almost 7 clean innings from their bullpen is pretty astounding.
Yeah, it was a bit of a jumbled day because Yariel Rodriguez started the original game in June, but the Blue Jays decided they wanted to go to a bullpen game after at one point saying they were going to go with Barrios in this first game. And so Ryan Yarbrough picks up the heaviest load of any of the relievers today with 3 1/3 scoreless. But Ryan Burr, Ryan Yarbrough, Zach Pop, Genesis Cabrera, Eric Swanson, and Chad Green pitched in this game. They as a collective were very good. On the other side, Boston had a bit of a different approach. Nick Pivetta took 6 innings of the work and was very good, but the Blue Jays got to him just enough. A George Springer home run in the 7th inning, and then that gave the Blue Jays the lead. A single by Brian Servin started the 8th inning. There was an error committed before Pivetta came out, and not really his fault, but once he came out of the game, he got burned a little bit. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. stepped up in a 1-0 game, runners on first and second, and delivered the play of the game. 1-1. Swing and a liner down the right field line. Base hit rolling into the corner. Coming around third, Brian Servin's going to score. Ernie Clement, the pinch runner for Horwitz, is going around third. He scores as well. It's a 2-run double for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and a 3-0 Blue Jay advantage.
Well, the most impressive thing about that at bat is that pitch was out over the middle. He could have very easily tried to hit that pitch to left field, maybe rolled over it, but he knew that Tristan Casas was playing way off the line at first base, and he just decided to drill that baseball down the right field line. What a hit. What a big couple of RBIs for him. He continues to stay hot.
And the Blue Jays wouldn't rest on that lead either. The next pitch that was thrown by reliever Luis Garcia was drilled for an automatic double by Addison Barger that scored another run. And although Jarren Duran would homer in the 8th, the Blue Jays picked up the win in the game. 4-1, the final score. It was obviously an odd game in many ways, starting in the second inning. And hey, here's an odd thing for you as well. With no pitcher for the Blue Jays going, the 5 innings to start that would qualify you for the win. The win today is going to go to Zach Pop, decided the official scorer, who recorded 1 out in the entire game. Nick Pivetta picks up the loss in this one. Chad Green with his 15th save of the year. Red Sox score 1 run on 3 hits. 2 errors committed by Boston. They leave on 5. Blue Jays 4 runs on 6 hits. No errors. They leave on 5 as well. Almost 35,000 saw this one at Fenway Park, and the Blue Jays take it to open up this series. That is going to do it for our game coverage today. We are going to send it over in a second to Blue Jays Talk, but come back at 7 o'clock, or stick around for all the great coverage going on in between. But first pitch will go at 7:10 for the Blue Jays' second game today against the Boston Red Sox, with our game coverage starting at 7. Want to thank you for tuning in to this one. For our technical director, Tom Young, our host and producer, Shoa Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Hope you have a great couple hours in between these 2 games, and get your thoughts heard. It's Blue Jays Talk right now with Blair and Barker.
All right, well, happy June 26th. Are you wearing the same clothes you're wearing in June 26th? I tried to put the same shirt on that I was wearing in June 26th.
You look identical.
I do. A little more rested, maybe.
Huh.
It is Blair and Barker with Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network, soon to be joined by our pals on the TV side. 416-413-3959 is the back leg line. Leave us a voice note if we like it. We'll get it on TV. If we don't like it, well, that's your fault, not mine. 590-590 is the text line as well. The Blue Jays beating the Boston Red Sox 4-1 in the resumption of a game that was suspended on June 26th. You've already heard all the ha-ha, he-he stuff. Danny Jansen starting for both teams, et cetera, et cetera. Kevin, I am going to say this, though. The Blue Jays are now 64-68 this year.
Yeah.
That's the first time they've been within 4 games of 500 since June 15th. Now, Kevin Gossman was asked yesterday about whether or not he attached any importance to the 500 record. And
what did he say?
No, not at all.
He doesn't care?
He didn't care. No, not at all.
Yeah, I've talked to some people that are around that team, especially that rotation. All they care about is having a playoff race.
Yes.
They're not in that. So
yeah,
I don't think they care less.
Nonetheless, the Blue Jays, as we said, winning today 4-1. And we saw Vladdy again coming through with the big hit. George Springer gets a home run. Addison Barger adds a little insurance with a ground rule double. And for the Blue Jays, Yariel Rodriguez. Actually, let's go to John Schneider, the Blue Jays manager.
You're used to a bigger crowd here at Fenway, too. It was a little bit weird.
What did you think of the way your bullpen or your relievers came into this one and really shut down what is a really good Red Sox?
Yeah, they all did a really, really great job. Starting with Burr, Yarbs, obviously. We dodged a couple bullets there with an error at first and then the play down the line with Devers running, but they all were really good. Yarbs was efficient. Zach did his job. Cabby was good. Swanee just 1 pitch, and Chad was really good. Kind of exactly what we had hoped for, and kind of did their part. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he got us going with the scoreless inning in the first.
What has Yarbrough done differently than you thought he would, having faced him?
Yeah, I think this is going to sound funny, but his fastball's gotten a little better. He's made a few adjustments mechanically and arm angle stuff, so he's got a little bit more ride on his fastball. And, not throwing as many cutters. We're used to kind of saying that backdoor cutter to righties, but his changeup and his curveball are both playing really well.
I know that you talked about pregame, and now that you've seen it happen, what are your thoughts on the whole Jansen thing?
I mean, me knowing Jano, I think it's cool for him to kind of go down in the record books as the first player to do that. Glad that he ended the game right there. You didn't want Cassis to come up as a tying run. But I think it's something, I've known Jano forever, and something cool that he can always kind of say he was the first at. And he's good at weird stuff. So pretty cool for him.
How much did the runners interference play in the 6th inning kind of switch the tide?
Yeah, that was a big play, obviously, and we kind of got caught, no one covering home there, so that kind of turned the game a little bit, gave us a little bit of a break, and then Zach came in and got the ground ball, and George hit the homer. So that was you get down in this building, and it's tough to kind of stop the momentum sometimes, and that was a big play.
Talking about what you're talking about this morning about George, he came up right after that play, hit the home run for you. How big has he been just overall?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's been a weird year for George. The first 70 games or so, and it's nice that he can bump up his early season stats with a homer today. But he's been so consistent in the clubhouse, and he's done such an amazing job to kind of keep these young kids under wraps and still really perform at a really good level. So I mean. It goes without saying, we need George to be George, and he's been that for a good while now, and kind of just sets the table for us. I think we're good. You got Hosey on an extra day, and you got multiple guys that can go multiple innings. So never know how a game's going to unfold, but when you get a chance to win the first one, you try to do that, and good guy to start on the mound for us. Depends on the guy. I think it depends on the guy. It depends on a lot of things. It would be, a lot goes into it. So I think today probably not. But, there's certain guys that are pretty resilient. So we'll kind of check in with them and see how they feel.
John, do you have a lineup already?
No, not yet. We're going to get it out here in about half hour or so. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
There you go. That is Blue Jays manager John Schneider after the 4-1 win over the Boston Red Sox. Game 2 goes at around 7 o'clock tonight from Fenway Park. Jose Barrios starting for the Blue Jays. TBD for the Red Sox. Kevin, I wanted to talk about this part of the schedule for the Blue Jays. I mentioned with this win today, they're 4 games below 500. They've had a run of games against not great teams, as we welcome our friends on the TV side on Sportsnet. They had a run of games against Oakland, against the Angels. The Cubs are throwing in there as well. And, they were 7-0 against the Angels. And I think we all agree, or we can all agree, that they're playing a better variety of baseball now than perhaps we saw earlier in the year. Anything in your mind, though, Kevin, about facing teams now that are in a playoff hunt or sort of on the fringes of the playoff hunt? Like, they're going to face the Red Sox. They're still in it. They're going to face Atlanta, Philly.
The Twins, the Phillies, the Braves, the Mets, the Cardinals, the Texas
These teams
Rangers,
are all playing. Now, by the time the Cardinals and Texas series roll around, they may not
they're an older veteran team. You're not going to give up. You're going to have to compete against them.
Right. But those two teams are, again, my point is they're playing better teams now. Are you going to read more into what the young guys do in these games than into what we've seen so far? When I say young guys, I'm talking about Wagner, Loper, Fido.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think the home run ball is something, right? It's you're probably not going to get as many hanging breaking balls. You're not going to get change-ups down the middle. I would think you're going to have to compete. You're going to have to battle. You're going to have to take a pitcher's pitch to allow a good pitcher. There's a reason why these teams are competing. It's because of that reason, right? It's because of their pitching's good. So absolutely, look more into it.
George Springer had a home run in today's game. This is George Springer talking to the media.
On the same team that you're playing, that was on your team, it's, there's no anthem, there's no kind of anything. So it's it's a completely different starter. So it's a little weird game, but, it's on to the next one.
Did you have the chance to talk to Danny before the game at all?
Not yet. I think, it's an early game time, and, he's getting ready to catch. So we'll sure at some point I'll sneak some time in and talk to him.
The big hit in the top of the 7th inning, second pitch of the at-bat. Were you sitting on something there specific?
No, just trying to be aggressive in a good spot. He had an incredible fastball today and was riding at the top of the zone a lot. And, you have to honor it. So, it was just looking to hit something hard, and, I was able to get something to hit.
One of those ones you know where it's going once it hits the bat?
I knew it. Just kind of one of those things where I hit it and I move on.
George, absence, your team actually is guys. Besides your contributions on the field, what has this group of young guys done for you and for the clubhouse and for the team in general?
I mean, they've kept me young. You know, these guys like to have fun and they enjoy the game, but they prepare. They will work hard. You know, there's never a dull moment in there. You know, there's a lot of personality, and I think, you know, you're starting to see guys kind of relax a little bit. You're starting to see guys kind of get some experience. Which at the major league level is huge. And, you know, guys are starting to slow down and, you know, just kind of be themselves.
You've never really had to play the mentor position, I guess. I know you like to pay it forward because when you were in Houston, they have to do. What sort of things do you like to do to show that you're kind of mentoring or leading them?
Well, one, I have to play hard. You know, I can't go. You know, I can't ask them to do it and then, you know, not do it myself. But I'm here to help. If they have any questions, if I faced somebody before, if I've been to a ballpark or whatever the case, you know, to do anything I can to help anybody. And, you know, I know, you know, there's some guys that haven't been here before, and obviously it's a very fun atmosphere to play in. You know, so guys get excited. You know, you have to hone some guys back in a little bit, but it's fun. You know, to do anything that I can to kind of make their day easier, I will. Yeah.
That was George Springer. And Dan Shulman told an interesting story yesterday. By the way, the number to leave us a voice note is 416-413-3959. You can also text us at 590-590, name and location, please. Kevin, Dan Shulman told a story yesterday when the Jays made the deal with Houston to acquire Joey Loperfido and Will Wagner and Jake Bloss. Troy Snitker, who was one of the Astros coaches, called up George Springer and said, "Hey, Loperfido's a good dude. Take care of him." Mm-hmm. And George Springer went to the clubhouse attendant and asked them to rearrange the lockers so that Loperfido would be next to him. Wagner's in there as well. Yeah. And you know, look, you're right. You mentioned this earlier. None of the starters signed up to be just kind of filling time in September. The starting pitchers signed up to be in a contender. Yeah. I'm sure George Springer's would probably much rather be in a race. But look, you were a young guy. How much of that is eyewash, and how much of it really is important? Especially, you know, Joey Loperfido's been up, right? But I'm thinking of a guy like Will Wagner to a certain degree, or Leo Jimenez would be another guy.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts. Like it's nice to show up to the park and have a veteran guy who's been around forever, who's had success and knows a routine and knows how to have success at the big league level to throw things off of when you're going through some things. Like Will's been going through it, and obviously we know how Loperfido got, sort of started off his Blue Jay career. Like, it's good to have a guy that's in your corner that's, going to sort of help you get through certain things. But, again, George is a great dude. I just wonder what the role for George is going to be next year. If I get better, he ain't leading off next year. That's great, all that things he's saying, and that's tremendous. And, I think that's why the Blue Jays were ultimately going to give him the money that they were going to give him. But boy, it's go time next year. He's hitting the $175 in August. You need more. And again, if they're planning on going out and doing some things and getting two serious dudes to go with Bo and Vladdy, if Bo is here, that'd be the thing. But yeah, absolutely, it's nice to have. And it just seems like all the veteran guys, for the most part, are open to having conversations with young guys. Most of them older dudes have been paid. It's a lot easier to have that conversation and, give them rides to the park and let them come hanging out at your sweet pad and give them, the suite that you get on the road when you've been paid. If you hadn't been paid, it's not that way. But they have, and it's cool to have that. And, they understand where they're at and what kind of years they're having, and it's just going to make them better going forward. So good for them.
416-413-3959, the back leg line. Leave us a voice note. 590-590 is our text line. The Blue Jays beating the Boston Red Sox 4-1 in the resumption of a game that was suspended in the second inning on June 26th. And as I mentioned, the last time the Jays were within 4 games of 500 was 11 days before then, on June 15th, when they were at 35.
It is amazing how good this team can look when you're hitting a homer. Your best hitter is your best hitter, and your pen looks good. Like you've been saying forever.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, it is amazing how many games you can win that way, and how much fun it is to watch them.
Well, I mean, it is.
It really is. Hand the ball, the dude gets the outs. You hand the ball to the next guy, he gets outs. And, dude, it's a homer, and your best guy comes up when it matters the most and gets 2 RBIs. Like, that's about as good as it gets. Makes the manager look like a genius, don't it? Ha, don't it, boy? Tell you what.
Makes the general manager look like a genius, too.
How about it?
Go to the...
I just thought I'd throw that in there, Jeff.
But the general manager looks like a genius, too. That's a genius trade.
You
now.
said that, not me.
Let's go to the text board. 590-590 is the text line. Brian in Chatham. This could be Chatham, Ontario. It could be Chatham, New Brunswick. If Bichette is not back with the team in spring training, is Jimenez your starting shortstop? The starting shortstop, too, maybe. Is he your starting shortstop? Brian in Chatham, Ontario. Yeah, I love
I do, too.
He's fun to watch, but, yeah, my...
Better be Willie Adames.
Well, if it isn't Bo, if Bo's not back.
Absolutely. Look, I paid Bo another year. If I'm the organization, I paid him. You got to have a man-to-man conversation. You got to bring some dudes in here. Bo wants to win. That's the goal here is to win. And the first 4 guys in that lineup matter. And you got to bring in 2 dudes to support that. You do that, you can sell it to Bo. You'll get the best out of Bo. So you do your job. I think he'll do his.
Yeah, I mean, I think before we decide who will be the starting shortstop next year, this team has to get a couple of thumpers in here, and whatever it takes to get that done. You
can't take them serious until they do. Jeff.
No, but I mean, if as part of that deal, they decide to move on from Bo, if Bo helps them somehow in a trade, get something they need, then maybe Leo Jimenez could factor in. But I mean, the lineup. Here's the thing. If that's the case, the lineup has to be so good that he's hitting 9th for me.
There you go.
Right?
Defensively, he's fine, but it can't be.
No.
He's the move you're making, and you're trading Bo just because Bo's sad.
No.
Don't like the organization anymore. That's not the way it's going to be.
No. But I do think that they will. Look, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do. They've got to get ready for the next window, right? They've got to create the next window, and I think it's entirely possible that Bo does get traded. But having said that,
how can they run it back without Bo? That's the question you got to ask yourself.
Well, I'll ask you this very easily. If you can trade Bo and get somebody who is going to hit in the middle of your order, be a bit younger, and you can get another pitcher in here, why wouldn't you make the deal?
Well, how would you do that? He's been injured, and since August of last year, he's been poop.
You know what?
It takes one to tango. I get it.
But your opinion doesn't matter. It's what another. I'm sure other teams look at him as a guy who's led the American League in hits for
and
2
if
years
they make him happy, maybe you'll get the best out of Bo. Maybe. But right now, I think that'd be a tougher sale. Because of the heavy lifting you have to do, that would be something you do at the trade deadline next year if it goes south.
You know what? You can't bring both Bo and Vladdy back next year and not have them signed. If you have Vladdy signed to a long-term contract, you can bring Bo back. You can't bring them both back and just
you're reading too much into that.
You can't. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to try.
You've already signed Bo. Bo's got another year left.
Yeah, exactly.
Vladdy doesn't.
Yeah, so you're going to spend all year next.
I mean, but right now, Vladdy's performing. Bo's not.
But Vladdy does have a year left.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying
and
sign
Bo
them
has
both.
A year left. No. I said if you sign Vladdy to a long-term contract, then you can bring Bo back to run it back. But if you're going to go, if you're not getting Vladdy on a long-term contract, do you want to lose both those guys next year?
And don't forget, too, it almost looks like Vladdy's doing the organization a solid by starting to play third again. No? That's sure the way it looks.
He's doing
we got John on Friday, and it sure sounds like that Vladdy's going to get a bunch of run at third, which would mean that like that Pete Alonso guy for the Mets.
Does it matter?
Who plays first?
Does it matter if they don't sign him?
Well, I mean, it would help everybody be happier when you pay your best player. Everybody else just seems to be happier around.
That's what I'm saying. If they don't sign him, does it matter whether or not he's playing third base right now? Like this.
You would think it'd go hand in hand with the player and the agent. The agent, I would think.
This is about a front office that doesn't want to sign him.
That's what it sure seems like. But why is the player doing the organization solid by playing third all of a sudden?
Because I think he's a decent dude. Do you want my honest opinion?
I think he's a decent dude, and I think he realizes that.
And I think he realizes he's going to make money either way. And I think he also realizes that if he can play third base, he might make more money than he can at first base. But again, this gets back to, the whole idea that the sides have to meet. No, that's past. It's up to the front office to sign Vladdy. At this point, they have to make the move. Vladdy's done everything he can. He doesn't need to make any more moves. At this point, it's up to it's up to Mark to make the move. And if Mark doesn't make the move,
16 doubles, 32 RBIs in 35 games since the break. He's done his job.
Let's go to, I don't want to talk. We've got Jim in Hamilton. All we're going to do is spend all day talking about trading Bo. Go ahead, Jim.
Gentlemen, good day. Jim from Hamilton.
Hi, Jim.
I find it interesting that Springer has performed a lot better since Bo has been not just injured, but not in the clubhouse down in Florida.
He's hitting 175 in August.
He wants
you know
to be
that.
young at heart. Vladdy's young at heart. Bo is such a serious gentleman. How indicative do you think it is for Bo as a player and the Blue Jays as a team for him to be traded in the offseason, for this team to go forward, for Bo to go forward? Because I think if Bo is on this team next year, it's going to be a weight that this organization doesn't need.
I'm going to say this. George Springer's hitting 175 in August. I don't know where this idea is that he's having this miraculous resurgence.
Making sure I'm looking at that, right?
Yeah, maybe you better. In which case I will.
August, that is 21 games. He's hitting $175 and slugging 363. It's not like he's ripping the cover off the ball. Does he look happier? Absolutely. Again, I get back to this. When the expectations are lesser than what they were the first 2 months of the season, you tend to do this in the dugout. Like, that's just, it's life. It's more fun to watch. I've said this for a bazillion years, and this is why me and Jeff come on this show for the last 2 years and said, who's hitting cleanup? Like, if you got a cleanup hitter who's doing some thumping, everything else tends to fall in place. I don't get the all of a sudden the hatred for Bo, and you got to trade him for everybody else to be happy. I hate to run this back around to me. I've been in a bazillion clubhouses. Dudes don't care about whatever other people are feeling. They don't. It's a very individual clubhouse. They take care of their individual self.
I don't think Bo's having an impact.
Springer don't stand around and go, man, did you see how I'm sad now because Bo's sad? Like they could care less. I hate to say it that way. That's as real as it gets. Now, would it help if Bo shows up and starts raking? Yeah, raking makes you happy. It's like that defensive side of the ball, right, Jeff? It's amazing how good they play defense when they're raking. That's all you want, right? You want Bo to show up and rake. He shows up and rake. Everybody else, including Jim, is going to be happy.
4-1, the Blue Jays have beaten the Boston Red Sox. Yeah, we got a lot
of hatred for Bo.
Of calls on Bo.
Well, they don't like
Bo's
Bo
been
anymore.
Gone. You know what? This is understandable. Bo's been gone. The team's having fun. 2 + 2 = 4. Bo gone. Team having fun. Bo needs to go. That's just the way it is. And Bo has been around the clubhouse a fair amount, by the way. So, but yeah, no, I with all due respect, Jim, I love you, but
yeah.
George Springer's not having.
I think there's some correlation too to the big boys raking. What is that? He's got Vladdy in 35 games. What's he got? He's got 16 doubles now, 32 RBIs, and 13 homers since the break. That's 35 games. He's hitting well over 400. He's had 20. Jeff, he's had 22 home runs since June 1st. He had 5 home runs going into June 1st.
Let's go back to the text line. 590 is the text line. Jay in London.
Hey, Jay.
With wins piling up. Hang on, let me just check here.
Well, there's a lot with
with wins piling up. Will the Jays not make a change to management, i.e. Ross Atkins in the offseason?
You're up. I'm in the camp. I have no idea. And I'm also in the camp. Now, I don't care. They know now going into the offseason exactly what they need. There is no guessing, believing in Kirk or Varsho. You know what Varsho is. You know what Kirk is. You know that the lineup needs 2 thumpers, 2 and 4, 1 and 4. Oh, however you want to place them in the top 4 spots, know it now. Like, who cares if Ross is here? Like, I don't. I like it's now for me also, Jeff. I think it's sort of flipped to Mark.
Oh, the
president. I really do think it's now flipped to that side.
I mean, the big thing to get done now. We talked about this. It's true. The big thing to get done now is Vladdy's contract. Either he's going to sign or he's not going to sign.
Yeah.
And with all due respect to Ross, that's way above his pay grade.
Yeah, sure seems
so.
Yeah,
listen. The last time Mark spoke publicly, I came away thinking that he viewed Ross, at least at this moment, as very much
a part of it.
Yeah. And being the person who is going to provide answers to the questions as to what went wrong.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound to me like a guy I'm willing to get rid of. So I don't think I don't know if anything's changed. I really don't. What I find interesting, and I've mentioned this a lot, Kevin, is, the sort of the spotlight on John Schneider has gone away a little bit.
Should.
I think it started when the Blue Jays didn't do anything to address their bullpen issues earlier this year. I think
pointed that out right away.
Most smart fans are smart enough to look at the bullpen and go, you don't have a closer.
You ain't got a bunch.
You ain't got, there's a lot you don't have that's working here.
Yeah.
And that's not on the manager.
Nope.
That's not on the manager to go out and create a starting pitcher or find a starting pitcher. So I think that's what happened. But Mark Shaparro's got another year left in his contract. I think that has an impact on what happens here.
It's very intriguing, all of that, how they're going to piece it together, right? It's like how all in is the front office when their deals are bad up. I think that's for me anyway, the big question, right? And I think it'll be told right away with. You're looking at the big 3, Jeff. Those 3 big dudes that are top 20 in total bases. Santander, Teoscar, and Pete Alonso. For me, they got to get one of the 3. And then they got to go out and get somebody else who can add to the top 4 in the lineup. It can't be Varsho and Horowitz in the top 4. Just cannot be that way if Jays fan want to take them serious. So right away you'll know, because there's going to be a lot of interest in all 3 of them guys.
John and Keswick called up and left us a voicemail. Love Keswick, by the way.
Gotta say, I'm loving watching these young Blue Jays out there doing their thing at the end of the year. I just hope that upper management doesn't think that this is a free pass for both Ross Atkins and Mark Shapiro. I still think there needs to be a change with all the good we're seeing here in late August and hopefully carrying into September. Thanks, guys.
I mean, I look at this. These young guys that the Jays have right now, in a perfect world, to me, or for me, in a perfect world, all the young guys they have, Joey Loperfito's on my team as a 4th outfielder. Maybe part of a platoon if I have to make that work. Spencer Horwitz is my 2nd baseman. Other than that,
Ernie Clement, sir.
And I don't consider Ernie Clement to be a young guy necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, but we'll throw him. Yeah, Ernie Clement is there. I love Ernie Clement. Again, if Ernie Clement's starting at 3rd base and hitting 8th or 9th for me, I'm kind of okay with it. But bottom line is I've got to have a better lineup next year. And whoever has to lose a job or whoever doesn't win a job for me to have a better lineup next year, I'm going to make it work. The 2 guys I've seen so far, other than Ernie Clement, that absolutely I want in this team next year are Loperfito and Horowitz, because I keep saying this. My extra outfielder's got to be a lefty, and I got to be able to put him in a game and not have to worry about pinch running for him, not have to worry about him not making plays for me. And look, if Joey Loperfito finishes strongly and comes into camp and is really good and wins the job, I'm okay with that. Because that means the team is going to be better.
As long as he's sitting at the bottom of the order, like you're okay with that. I think you can close your eyes and see that when you put athletic left-handed hitters in your lineup, how hard it is for a good right-handed pitcher to work both sides of the plate and have to throw slider, curveball, elevated fastball down and away. Like you can see now, all of a sudden you got to work quadrants instead of just being a one-sided plate guy. Mm-hmm. If you're a right-handed pitcher, what that can do. So yeah, it adds length to your lineup only if you're dropping them from 6 to 9, not sprinkling them in 1 through 4. You do that.
It is Blue Jays Talk with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker on the Sportsnet Radio Network and on Sportsnet 416-413-3959. Call us up, leave us a voicemail. 590-590 is the text line. 7 o'clock will be the first pitch.
A lot of hatred for Bo, huh?
What?
A lot of hatred for Bo. Is hatred the right word?
No, it's just, you know what? It's teams winning, Bo's not here. Therefore, teams better without Bo.
Yeah, it's almost like he's the fun police. It's a little of that, right?
Well,
like
here's the thing.
That's what it is.
People are also going to point out that the home run jacket's back. They're running down the runway. I mean, all this stuff is back.
They're fun.
They are having fun. And
the couple of people you saw at the field, right? Well, look how much fun they are.
Exactly. And I was there last night.
That's fun. Look.
I was there yesterday as well. The fans are having fun.
Yeah.
They like the young
Homers
dudes.
are awesome. They are.
No, they're especially good.
Awesome.
They're especially good when it's a young dude with long hair.
And you're winning a little. That helps too, right?
Yeah.
And your big boy at first is doing his thing, and then everybody else is sort of hitting. Boy,
yeah.
How cool would that look if they just added to him?
Yeah.
Put something around him. Everybody we've ever had on says the same thing. Add a couple of dudes around him.
Paul from Sealy's Bay, Ontario.
Awesome. Hey, Paul.
That unique game today. I'm curious if you could comment on the at-bats that involved Jansen. So when he goes up to bat against these pitchers, he's called them many, many times. And you would think he'd be in a better position than most to get a hit. Mm-hmm. And yet the hit that he did get was not off of a pitcher that he'd seen before. It was Yarborough. Seems odd. I would have thought, in general, Danny would have a better approach at the plate against pitchers he knows so well. And similarly, would Danny be better at calling a game against his former team? Thanks very much.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's seen Ryan Yarborough a bunch, probably in his nightmares.
Remember too, he's left-handed, right? That ball's going to come probably a little into him, and even John says he's throwing less cutter, so the cutter going away.
The other stuff, Danny's Danny. I mean, you can flip it in your head and say the pitchers know his weaknesses as well as they do.
It's down and away. Like you're trying to pull everything where he stands and at the plate. That's his little kryptonite is down and away. How do you pull that? Right, the timing of catching that thing out in front and pulling that is not the easiest thing to do, and the Khakis have seen that. Now they're attacking it, and you see the results. You know, right now, he's not a hard out. And that's the problem, right, is when you're now all of a sudden trying to get paid with a new team who's competing to try and make the playoffs, and also you're trying to get a pitching staff through certain games to try and win. It's not the easiest thing to do. So we love Danny. Hopefully, Danny does his thing. But Danny right now is not a tough value. I've had conversations about how you get Danny out, and it's all starting with down and away is a pretty good way to start. So that's sort of what you're seeing, especially if it's a right-handed pitcher. Now the hit that he got was from a lefty, and it's that ball that, again, open up the front side, trying to get the barrel started sooner so you can, I don't want to say cheat, but you want to, get extended a little quicker, catch it out front. And
Kevin, I want to ask you this. Addison Barger had the ground rule double to bring in the final run. I mean, he had a walk-off hit on Friday, hit a really good game yesterday. We talk about the young left-handed hitters in this team and who may fit in next year.
Yeah.
What do you make of Addison Barger? Because
that's $1 million question. I'm not sure they know.
I don't either. Now, in addition to hitting those home runs, we also know he's got a pretty good arm. I'm just gonna say this. Now, I'm not gonna start trading guys willy-nilly here, but if Addison Barger's the type of guy that another team may take a look at and go, especially a team that maybe doesn't need a guy to come up right away.
Yeah,
they may take a look at that.
Let me ask you a question: Would you rather have Barger or Snyder on your team next year? You'd rather have Barger. Would you rather have Barger or Wagner on your team? You'd rather have Barger. Huh? Barger's left-handed. He's very athletic. He's got power. Will Wagner's got no power.
Hold on.
What am I doing with Will Wagner?
Just hold it. What
am I doing with it?
Hold it.
Well, what am I doing?
Where am I going to play him? Where am I going to play Barger?
I'm asking you where. The athleticism and the power that he has is you can't teach either one of those. I can teach him how to start like they have, look change up, which I don't believe. I think he's looking location, but whatever floats his boat, whatever he wants to say out loud, more power to you. Ken Griffey Jr. is the only dude I know that can go up, look change up. That's the hardest pitch in baseball to actually sit on. And you're doing it against the dude who throws it all the time. But anyway, the deal is that he can actually get one and have it go where he wants it to go. Will Wagner do that? This Davis Schneider do that? That's the thing you got to be careful with. You know, we've been yelling and screaming about left-handed hitters with power and are athletic and can play multiple positions.
Again,
dude's got a can and can play third and right.
Again, though.
Third and right.
Yeah, again, though.
I'm telling you. Don't get excited about trading people.
No, all I'm saying is he's the type of guy that might be intriguing. If Vladdy's at third next year, that gets rid of a position for Barger. If they bring hitters in, I mean, they're one of them will probably be an outfielder. I'm just saying, I don't think he has a spot in this team. Spencer Horwitz is, again, I've said he's my everyday second baseman.
Yeah. Springer's going to be a year older. Is Springer going to be able to play 125 games?
He's done it 2 years in a row.
He'd be a year older. Like it's performance driven, especially beginning of next year. Hitting a buck 75 in April next year ain't going to fly.
I mean,
that's all I'm saying. You got to be careful about trading athleticism.
Yeah, but I'm also just saying that let's be clear. Some of these guys are going to be moved. You know, and the Jays have Ross Atkins basically said that after the trade deadline. One of the things you're doing is you're trying to acquire pieces to help you in the offseason as well. And all I said was Addison Barger's the type of guy that other teams may be interested in. That's all.
I'm with you, but he's got power and he's left-handed. And he can play third and right. That's all I'm saying. I mean, you can tell he's not afraid to make adjustments either. And it ain't tweaks, right? I'm going to make it. I'm going to live with it for a while. It ain't like every pitch I'm going to change things like Davis Schneider. I'm not picking on Davis because hitting a baseball. I will say the difference between Davis and Addison is one's left-handed and one's right-handed. You see more right-handed pitchers than you do left-handed pitchers. That's all I'm saying. And right now, Davis Schneider's not doing enough hammering of left-handed pitching to keep him on your roster. That's all I'm saying.
Let's go to Dev in Vancouver.
This is Dev from Vancouver. I want to know, what are the chances of the Jays actually making the wild card if they win the majority of their games the rest of the season?
Making a wild card?
They're 9.5 out, ain't they?
Right now, according to Fangraph's playoff odds, they are 0.1% to make the playoffs. I think that's a little optimistic.
Yeah, they got 21 games left. Say they would have to go against the Red Sox, the Twins, the Phillies, the Braves, the Mets. Forget about the 6 against the Cardinals and the Rangers, right? So you're figuring you take away 21 from 6. What is that, 15? Okay, the next 15 games, can they go 12-3 against the Red Sox, the Twins, the Phillies, the Braves? If the answer to that is yes, you realistically look yourself in the mirror and go, this team for the Blue Jays can go 12-3 against the Red Sox, the Twins, the Phillies, and the Braves, and the Mets.
0.01%, according to Fangraphs.
I'm with you. That's a bit high.
Yeah.
But miracles happen.
No. It is the hope that kills you, though.
I'm with you.
It's the hope that kills you.
It is amazing what homers and fun will make you think if you close your eyes and look at yours. How about Jeff? Woo, boy. Isn't it? It's amazing.
Timothy in Vancouver.
Yeah, Kevin, I'd like to ask both you and Jeff, we're almost the end of August here. I just want to know, in all of baseball this year, what has been what team has been your biggest surprise and what team has been your biggest disappointment? Ooh. And Jeff as well, if he can weigh in. Thanks.
It's a good one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would think I think you can throw the Guardians in there. I think you could throw the Brewers in there.
Surprise?
Yeah, the biggest, wow, they the Brewers got like a 10-game lead in the Central. That's a big deal. I think the Guardians with sort of hitting more home runs, the new manager that they got, I think that's one. The biggest surprise, I think, is the Braves.
Just hang on. What's the biggest positive surprise?
The two teams I just mentioned.
Okay,
I think the
now
Brewers and the
what's the
Guardians.
biggest disappointment?
Let me ask you a question. What the Blue Jays are doing right now is predictable. If I would have said August, they are going to be 9.5 out the first day of spring training when I talked to you, would you said, Kevin, you are crazy?
No.
No. So you didn't think this would happen?
No, I'm saying
you wouldn't be shocked if this was happening. So I can't throw the Blue Jays. That's
completely.
My question.
Not completely. I mean, considering the fact that I thought they were, I think I said I thought they were going to go to the playoffs.
Well, there's reasons why we say that.
But yeah. Damn it! You let him in on a secret. You're not supposed to let him in behind the. You're not supposed to let him in behind the curtain. Now you just spoiled our phony baloney jobs. Next thing, people are going to think that we're serious about all this.
Okay, the American League. I think you got to throw the Royals in there for a big surprise. I think they're a cool story. The Guardians. I think you got to throw in there. Those are two really good ones. I think the Yankees and the Orioles.
Not
I think there's no surprise.
Pick one.
No, there's not one. You could pick
a surprise.
I think the biggest surprise is the Royals.
Okay, I think the biggest surprise is the Brewers, just because they've traded away everything you're not supposed to trade away.
If I would have told you that the Brewers on the end of August, were winning their division, you would have said not a chance.
Not a chance.
Oh, because they got rid of the man who walks on water.
No,
that's why.
No, if you had,
how's he doing?
No, if you had said to me. If you had said to me that on August 26th, the Brewers would have a double-digit lead in their division, that doesn't matter.
Stinks.
I would not have believed that.
That division stinks.
To me, the biggest disappointment,
I want to say the Braves.
Probably Texas. Probably Texas for me.
The Texas thing's predictable. Like that's why repeating is so hard.
Yeah, but the difference is Texas had, they had Evan Carter, they had these young guys coming in.
Sophomore slumps, right?
Texas would have been my biggest, would be my disappointment. I mean, I'm looking at the National League. Nothing anybody is, are the Dodgers a disappointment?
Are the Cubs a disappointment?
No, I thought the Dodgers would be a little farther ahead, but that is what it is. Maybe the Braves, 10 games over, 500, sticks out. But no, to me, it's the Brewers. If you had told me the Brewers would be in first place at this time, I would have thought, sure, there'll be a game up and there'll be like 9 teams. All the teams in the Central will be 4 back. But to have the lead that they have, given what they've gone through, no, I think that's the biggest surprise. Yeah, the Blue Jays season's a disappointment because I think in the very least we thought this was a playoff team. And
yeah, I've been saying for a while, I think
it's the last place team in the East.
They don't have a cleanup hitter. They don't have enough homers. We've been saying that forever.
We did say, though, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to give us a little credit here. We did say that there was a way in this division where there were 3 teams that could either make the playoffs or finish out of the playoffs. We had Tampa, Boston, and Toronto as those teams. You
also have said, boy, it's a bad year to stink because there ain't going to be a 100-win team. If ever there was a year for you to leak in, it's this year.
Yeah. That's why I think, the more I think about Mark Shapiro's media availability, when he was asked about what went wrong, the first thing he said was the bullpen. And this is impossible to know. I wonder where this team would be right now. Mm-hmm. They're 9 out of the wild card. I get that's a lot. But where this team would be had they been more aggressive in addressing their bullpen.
They were 3 or 4 out when you started throwing your hands in the air going, where's the front office at helping the bullpen? Like they were 3 or 4 out, I think. That was like a month and a half ago when you were throwing your hands in the air going,
I can't 2.5 months ago.
I can't believe they continue to run this out here. What are they doing? Why aren't they going out? And other teams are doing it. That's exactly what you said.
Yeah, they were.
And they didn't.
Look at the Yankees.
And they did nothing.
I mean, the Yankees are picking up the Jays discards.
Yeah.
416-413-3959.
Be nice with Meza. I like Meza.
I don't mind him either. I wish him all the best. 416-413-3959.
If I were Pop, I'd call Meza and ask him how to stay on top of the sinker.
Zach Pop got the win today. Zach Pop got the win today. The official scorer's decision.
I told you wins don't matter, Jeff.
No, they don't. Hey,
you're such a liar.
Ryan Yarborough's got to be back next year.
Does he really?
You don't
we
think he
went
does?
sitting with a certain someone who
Certain
said
catcher.
who said he's getting that's on another show that just ended before we started. That said he gets a 2-year deal. And I ain't going to tell you what the number was.
He might.
And we almost threw him out of the room.
Well, you almost threw him out of the room. I was busy having a sandwich. I wasn't throwing anybody out of the room. I arrived late to the discussion.
Would he be your long guy? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And he's not going to cost what that guy said he's going to cost. But
all that aside, yeah. Absolutely.
It's a nice little piece. He's a veteran guy. He's not going to get overwhelmed because of the American League East. Absolutely. And he can frustrate the you-know-what out of hitters.
He's not going to blow his arm out.
Look what he did today.
Yeah, he's not going to blow his arm out. If
and
he
he
does
can
blow
make
his
little
arm out, he'll
tweaks.
just
The
throw it
cutter
the
ain't
other
working. Okay, I got all this other stuff I can throw, and I got it from a little weird arm angle nobody in baseball does it from. Like,
he's got to be
perfect.
He's got to be the...
Makes too much sense.
He's got to be the type of guy. Dudes go back to the dugout after they've had an at-bat with him. And
you're driving home going, really? Man.
How the hell did I go over
me?
3 against that guy?
He carved me up.
Hey, good news. It's raining in Boston. The tarp is on the field. Stay hot 2024. Let's go back to the text line. Marcus from Woodstock. What should the Jays do about next year's outfield? Who should they sign and bring up, and who should be the fourth outfielder?
Yeah, I don't care. This is what I care about.
Go ahead.
Where's that at? I got I got a whole board full of that. I don't care. Get a Anthony Santander, Teoscar Hernandez, or a Pete Alonso. Get one of the three, and then you could mix in a Brandon Lau if they don't bring back the club option, a Reese Hoskins if you want to do that, Tyler O'Neill if you want to do that. I haven't even thrown Juan Soto in there. I know that guy that went on the MLB Network is saying that they're fifth in line for Juan Soto. What's that saying, Jeff? You're not first, you're last? It's that with Juan Soto. So, look, I've said this and I'll continue to say it. Get one of the three in here. Who cares where they play? But you have to have two of them. So if it's one of the three that have 20 total bases in the top 20 in total bases, it's one of them three and then somebody else who knows how to, say, mash a lefty or hit a 3-run homer once a week. Then you're cooking with gravy, and who cares where they play? Once you get them in here, you figure it out. Just throw them out there somewhere. Like I think the rotation's at the point now, at least the people that I've talked to, that they don't care who's out there. They just care about giving them the lead and letting them figure it out. There's enough veteran guys in that rotation now that they will flip it with the other hand to get somebody out. They just want to be in the race. So
I think I'm
in the camp. I don't care where they play.
I think the run prevention thing got old real fast for Bassett and Gosman. They've been basically run prevention into last place in the American League East.
Bullpen, and it's like,
I mean, there's
ever since that Manoah thing happened and they went to a 4-man rotation and had to wear it for a little while.
Yeah,
you noticed? I get a little bit more talky too. You know?
Yeah, I think they're a little less inclined to say okay.
We'll take that for the team. No, we won't. Get us a couple thumpers in there, and then we'll do what you want us to do.
Mike in Tilsonburg.
Do you think in the long run, if we look back at this year and what it could have been, would getting Ohtani, would it have made a difference
Absolutely.
to the team and where we are today?
Are you kidding me? It's going to be a 50-50, dude. You don't think he'd hit 50 homers here and stole 50 bases in this place? He might have 60 homers already.
Well, it depends.
Depends.
Now, they may have wanted to change his swing a little bit.
The question is, how would Bo have looked? Would Bo be healthier?
Yep.
Would Bo still be hitting? And how would Vladdy look? Vladdy in front or behind him?
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, I think Ohtani might have made a difference. That's just me.
I don't know.
That's just me.
I don't even know how to react to that. Nah, we're good.
Yeah.
Leave him in L.A.
Of course, then they would have. He would have taken the bats away from Spencer and Davis Schneider. So I don't know how the hell we'd manage that.
We wouldn't be having fun because we wouldn't have seen these guys. They'd have been winning, and
they'd be winning. They wouldn't be running up and down.
Plethora of dudes that they traded. No way, they're still here.
They wouldn't be running up and down the dugout like
none
that.
Of that.
They'd be too busy.
They'd be fighting for a wild card spot, probably. Was that real?
Shohei Ohtani would have made a lot of things better, I think.
You see him hit, Jeff? It is amazing. You talking about stride separating? The leverage you got to be and the strength of you talking about chest hair.
And
just grown man doing things to.
What is really scary? What is really scary?
See his manager every time he hits a homer too, he's like, whoa.
what is really scary
Yeah, I'd
as
hate to
well
see that up close
is
every day.
reading all the reports on his pitching.
It's coming.
And how that's coming
they're
along.
showing the video of him throwing bullpens. And
that's...
He's a freak, dude. It's like, I don't know what the limit is. Like, when does it end? That's the thing, right? It just looks like it's so easy for him. Oh, you want me to hit 50 homers and still 50? But
I'll tell you what. I really wonder, was it Joe Madden that threw out the idea about having him close and hit?
See, I don't like that. I think that's a heart rate thing. I don't know how he'd handle that.
Oh, dude. It's like, come on. You saw him in the World Baseball Classic.
But how long could he do that an entire season?
Yes.
Heart rate go up, do it in the playoffs?
Yes.
Good luck.
I mean, why? What suggests to you he can't?
I'd rather see him try and hit 60 and still 60.
Oh, he's going to do that anyhow.
Trying to close.
He's going to do that anyhow.
Well, 66 is going to be strong. 50-50 is good, though.
He's going to do that anyhow.
You imagine seeing that up close every day?
Is he a better hitter than Aaron Judge? 416-4. I just did that because I know that gets you going. 416-413-3959 is a back leg line.
Today, if you were starting a team, who you taking?
Today? Oh, I'm Ohtani. I'm taking Ohtani because he's younger. And I got that pitching thing happen. I'm taking Ohtani in a heartbeat. I think he's younger than Judge, isn't he? I'm taking him anyhow. It doesn't matter. I'm taking Ohtani. I'm taking the two-way guy. I mean, if I'm starting a franchise, I'm guaranteeing a sellout with him every night. Every night, I'm guaranteeing a sellout with him. Absolutely.
Well, you jumped all over that.
Well, start a franchise, he would be my guy.
I mean, Judge is doing things right-handed. He's doing it as a right-handed hitter.
That's great. That's great. That's wonderful.
Whenever he is exactly what everybody right now are trying to do to Vladdy. Don't let Vladdy beat you, and he still beats him.
That's great. That's wonderful.
He still beats him.
I'm happy for him.
Look at all the people that are around Ohtani.
He is not going to sell tickets like Ohtani
I mean, it's not about selling tickets.
Oh, okay.
It's about the team. Yeah. That's what I'm asking. I'm not saying you're wrong, but boy, you were quick.
I am right.
Who needs less help? There's my question. If who am I picking that needs less help around them?
I don't think Ohtani needs any help because he's going to win 15 games for me as a starting pitcher too. He's going to hit 40 home runs and win 15 games. I'm fine with that.
Wins didn't matter.
Well, I'm just throwing wins out as an example.
Well,
I'm just throwing wins out as an example.
It doesn't matter.
For a hitter, it does. Wins matter if you're a hitter.
Does?
Damn right. Think about what I just said.
I have no idea what you just said.
590 is the text line. 416-413-3395. Well, we are kind of having fun because, with all the kids, all the energy is good.
The first time
George Springer running through the dugout like this.
It's better when Kirky does it. I almost fell out of my chair when I saw Kirky doing that. Like, that is.
I mean, we got it.
That's must watch TV.
I think it's about time for you to apologize to Alejandro Kirk.
Yeah, the whopping 5 homers. I'll get in line for that, Jeff. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He looks better. He's happier. He's lighter. He's quicker.
But
said he's quicker.
I'm not disagreeing with you, and I also will say this, that he is my starting catcher next year. Last 21 games as a starter, 320, 17 RBIs with an OPS 891. The OPS, we were rolling into the season, and I think a plethora of people were saying, give us an 800 OPS.
Give us an 800 OPS.
Do you think this Kirk, an entire season from day one, can give the Blue Jays an 800 OPS?
No.
I'm with you. I don't think he has to. I'm in this camp. I don't care. He doesn't have to.
Thank you. I was
hit the 320 with the 17 RBIs. I could care less what your OPS is, as long as they do what I just said earlier.
Yeah.
Bring in one of them 2 dudes and then fill in the blanks with one of them other guys who knows how to hit 350 with runners in scoring position.
I will happily have Alejandro Kirk on my team as my number 1 with an asterisk catcher. I still want another guy around. A veteran guy to spell him off.
The Yankees are in first place in the American League. He's got 2 dudes in their lineup. 2 dudes.
Yeah.
2. Now, the 2 dudes are the best, right? But again,
neither of them
they're prime example of that's exactly what it takes.
Neither of them are as good as Ohtani, but they're pretty good. We're going to take a break. Let our friends in the TV side do some business. Let our folks in the radio side do some business as well. It is Blue Jays talk. The Jays won 4-1. We've hardly even talked about the game, it seems like, because everybody wants to trade.
Yeah. He's disgusting. Like, they want nothing to do with Bo Bichette.
We'll take a break and be back on the other side. It's Blue Jays talk on Sportsnet and Sportsnet TV.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
This summer, catch the excitement of Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet. From pregame to postgame, Blue Jays Central breaks down what went down and why. When the action heats up on the field, Sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet app take you deeper inside the game. Headlines, scores, highlights, and more.
It is way out of here.
Watch or stream on Sportsnet or listen to every game on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. All summer, only one source brings you closer to the action. Sportsnet, home of the Blue Jays.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. Eric Swanson strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, the tarp is on the field in Boston. Of course, it's on the field
hot.
in Boston. 2024, baby. Still 7 o'clock first pitch or whatever the hell time it is. First pitch scheduled for 7, I think.
You're supposed to know everything. Tell the people what they need to know.
I told you. Turn on the radio or TV at 7 o'clock. There'll be baseball. Actually, turn on the TV. You know what?
Right now.
Yeah, turn it on right now.
Yeah, you'll see us.
'Cause you'll see us.
Yeah,
and then you get the Blue Jays talk too. And it's 7 o'clock, 7:07, 7:05, 7:10. Whatever. There'll be baseball when it stops raining in Boston.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays winning 4-1.
You yell at kids around your house.
In the I don't have any kids to yell at. In the resumption of a game that was canceled on June 26th. All sorts of history being made. Congratulations to Danny Jansen, the first player to appear for two different teams.
Think Danny cares?
Game. Not a chance. I'm sure Danny got a lot of fun out of it. Although I will say this, when John Schneider talks about weird stuff happening to Danny, usually it involves a pitch, right? A pitch hitting him someplace.
Yeah. Well, that's somebody not giving him stuff to wear so he don't get hit in the hand or the elbow or the forearm.
No, it's always
not rocket
nice.
science. You stand closer, you're going to need protect stuff.
It's always nice.
They're
and I know,
throwers, not
I know,
pitchers anymore.
Hazel May reported that the Baseball Hall of Fame has already got him to authenticate some stuff. So it's good. I mean, it's good. Danny's the type of guy that's going to have fun with it.
Danny's the greatest.
And
we love Danny.
Yeah, boy, oh boy, there isn't a day goes by where I don't say to myself, I kind of miss having Danny Jansen around.
He came on when I wasn't here, so.
Yeah. Well, I know. That one. That's what I mean.
Telling me something.
Ian Brown covers the Red Sox for MLB.com. He joins us on Blue Jays Talk. Hey, Ian, thanks for doing this, man. So make it stop raining, will you?
Please.
Hey, it already did. The tarp's off the field.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Hour and 40 minutes away from the first pitch of the day.
Oh, well done, my friend. I knew I could count on you.
Yeah, we blame you. Good job.
No, that's
awesome.
That's a real good job. Hey, you know what? We talked a little bit, looking at the Jays schedule and how, the Jays have kind of had a run of easy games. And now, they're getting into playing some teams that are in playoff contention, and the Jays are hoping to get a look at some of their young guys and see how they react. Like John Schneider said, checking off a lot of boxes, first game in Fenway Park, things of that nature. I was looking at the Red Sox schedule. This might set up nicely for the Red Sox, isn't it? Because it looks like, just at first glance, that's not the most difficult schedule in the history of Major League Baseball, is it? And I was surprised, but it's not.
It's funny. I actually just wrote about this morning because the Red Sox have just gone through a murderous schedule since the All-Star break, where they played the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Orioles, the Astros for 6 games. And, the Diamondbacks were just red hot this weekend. And they got through that. They played not that great, but, they came in. They came in today 4.5 back. Now it gets easier. Now they have this 5 games against the Blue Jays. They got 3 in Detroit. They have 3 against the Mets and then 3 against the White Sox. So these next 2 weeks are really a chance for the Red Sox to kind of make some hay. But these games can be kind of the toughest ones sometimes because the Blue Jays come in feeling no pressure. Mm-hmm. The Red Sox have a young team. They're counting a lot on young players who are feeling a lot of pressure. And they got manhandled by the D-backs over the weekend. And they came in today, and I think they just seemed a little tight and anxious. And it was the first time all year, really, after a game, Alex Cora was kind of admitting that, they just didn't have it offensively. They just don't have it offensively right now. And he said, maybe the young guys have never been in this situation before. Maybe they're feeling the weight of it. He said they just kind of have to stay in the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of gathers them between games today and just kind of reminds them that, not to put so much pressure on themselves. So baseball's a tricky game mentally sometimes, as you guys know.
Ian, you have any idea when the Red Sox are all in? Signed your manager. Are they all in sooner than later?
Are they all in for building a championship team?
Absolutely, it's the Red Sox. Like, are they up for spending tons of money, going out and get free agents, going for it, that kind of thing?
That's what everybody wants to know. The fans of this team have been very frustrated the last 2-3 winters, really dating back to COVID, I think, where they just haven't spent a lot of money, haven't gotten really for some glamorous players. They obviously made the huge investment in Rafael Devers to keep him around for the next decade or so. But aside from that, the fans around here, they want to know that ownership is committed because they are one of the teams that have the resources to go out and get guys. So, whether it's this year or next year, they will start spending it again. They have 3 top prospects who are probably all going to reach the major leagues next year, if not at the beginning of the season, maybe by midseason. Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony, and Kyle Teal. You got a shortstop, a center fielder, and a catcher there. So maybe that's the middle for your future. So they really want to build around those guys with guys like Devers and Casas. But anybody who's watched this team this year, despite the hitting has gone dry lately, this team needs more pitching, right? This team needs more in the rotation and in the bullpen. You've got Tanner Houck as the ace right now. He's not an ace. He did a good job acting like one for half a season, but now he's come back to earth. And now there's just nobody on that pitching staff who just kind of has that mentality, like, I'm the guy. They'll have Lucas Giolito back next year. That will help, but they need to go out and get some more pitching. And the Chris Sale trade doesn't look so good right now. You can see what they were thinking at the time when they made it. He had such bad injury luck in Boston, and they were trying to cut some payroll, but that trade has blown up in their face. The guy they traded for him, he was supposed to be their everyday second baseman, Vaughn Grissom. He's now in the minor leagues. That trade is one thing that really hurt them. But I think this winter they need to they need to upgrade the pitching staff if they want to be serious contenders next year.
You know, Ian, I know you've covered this team for a while. Is this the deepest minor league system the Red Sox have had in some time? Because you talk to people around the game, and they'll tell you that other than, and you know this, other than, the Orioles minor league system is really good. But in the AL East, the Red Sox minor league system is really highly touted as well. They might be the best positioned team to take a run at the Orioles over the next 3 or 4 years compared to other teams.
Yeah, what's funny is that Chaim Bloom, took a lot of heat when he was here, and justifiably so for some of his moves. But the one thing this guy did was he stocked that farm system. They had good drafts throughout his time here, and I think they do have a very good farm system. The most interesting thing about it to me is their farm system is packed with hitters, not so much on the pitching standpoint. So I think maybe they need to trade some of those hitting prospects for some pitching prospects. If they find a team that might be in the opposite, maybe some other team is heavy on pitching and light on hitting, and that would be a team the Red Sox could make a trade for, just balance it out a little bit. But from a position players standpoint, I mean, they're pretty stocked right now. And this is the best it's been, I'd say, since like the mid 2010s, when guys like Mookie and Bogarts and Jackie Bradley Jr. and Benintendi, guys like that were coming up. This is definitely the best the farm system has been since then. Because Ben Cherington was another guy who knew how to build a farm system, kind of like Chaim Bloom, and Breslow is of that mind too. So it's not going to get any worse while he's here.
Ian, you're around Jaron Duran a bunch and the organization. Do you feel, or do you think they feel, that this Duran is the one they're going to see going forward now on?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to really think he isn't, because this guy, people forget, he was having a really good year last year, and then he jumped up against the wall at Yankee Stadium and suffered a broken foot there and missed the last 6 weeks of the season, but he was kind of on his way. And this year he's been a lot more consistent, and he's posted every game except for the two games for the very unfortunate suspension for his ill-timed, ill-thought-out remarks to that fan. But this guy has been in the lineup every day and has just been there for this team offensively, on the bases, defensively. He was the only one who really got a big hit in today's game. I think that they do think this is the real Jaron Duran. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with him contract-wise. He still has a few more years, before he can become a free agent. So they could just go year to year, but he could, he's 28 years old, so I don't know if they want to sign him to a super long-term deal. These guys who rely on their legs, they can start to wear down kind of early to mid-30s. So I think they'll just play year by year. They have a great leadoff man for at least the next 3 years or so.
Yep.
Ian, really good of you to do this, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ian.
Be well, Ian.
Great talking to you guys.
Take care.
In Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. Ian Brown of MLB.com. He's covered the Red Sox for a long time. Seen a lot of really good baseball. Listen, I really do believe that we focus a lot on the Orioles, obviously, and it's hard not to, given their minor league system. But keep an eye on the Red Sox, because if they can add some pitching.
Yeah. It's going to cost them. Are they willing to spend money? That's the question, right?
It's the most athletic group of players the Red Sox have had. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of another time where they've had as many young athletic players, and I mean, I just can't. And that's why I think that if you're the Blue Jays, the Orioles are going to be a going concern, but.
He's going to be a handful.
Yeah.
That's what you say.
The Jays lineup for the second game is out. And if you just joined us, Ian Brown of MLB.com telling us that the tarp is off the field. Nice. So it looks like we're going to get second game in the Jays lineup. George Springer leading off at DH. Joey Loperfido in center field. Vladdy is back at first base. Remember how I used to make mistakes and say Vladdy was at third base?
Yeah.
I knew what I was talking about. Anyhow, he's back at first base. Every now and then I'd like the starting shortstop mistake I made earlier. Every now and then I would do the Vladdy.
Because you were reading it too fast.
I was reading it too fast.
Down.
Vladdy's at first base. I got to slow it down.
You do.
Like George Springer says.
Enjoy it. Have fun. Absolutely.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of this when I get it right. Run up and down.
After you get it done, then you do it.
Alejandro Kirk is behind the plate. Addison Barger, he's at third base. Ernie Clement is the shortstop. David Schneider's in the left. Leo Jimenez at second base. Stuart Baroa in right. Jose Barrios for the Blue Jays. Brandon Eisert has been appointed from AAA Buffalo as the 27th man for the second game of the series. So congratulations to Brandon Eisert. He gets an award for being appointed. 416-413-3959. We call it the back leg line. It's your opportunity to leave us a voice note. If we like it, we play it. If we don't like it, well, again, it's up to you to make us like it.
We really have nothing to do with it. Yeah. Really.
No, I mean, we
do. You just read it?
I just read it. It's our staff. It's our crack technical staff that puts it together. I just read it. I do.
What's wrong with you?
I do. No, our support staff.
Yeah,
do
they're
a fine
the best.
Job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joe, Tom, they all
do a great job. Yeah.
Leopold and PEI.
Nice.
Just curious on who you guys think would be the fourth and fifth starter for the Jays next year. Do you think Bowden France makes the team?
I think he's going to have to. I think they got so much heavy lifting to do.
Yep.
That I think he'll have to. I think that
Ariel Rodriguez is there.
Well, he's going to be one because they gave him the 3 or 4 year deal. I think that's a big. That'll make you or force you into it. He's got good stuff too. I think that'll help. Right.
I'm gonna say that I don't think both the fourth and fifth starter are here right now.
Yeah, I think with what Bloss is doing too in the minor leagues, I think he's going to have an opportunity.
He'll have an opportunity, and then again, they're going to have to move some pieces around.
No, it's not here
we
yet.
shall see.
Beginning of the season, it's probably here already. I mean, that's something you can make adjustments with and go out and get and do those kind of things and tweak here and there.
I mean, I will say this about Bowden Francis. Like, he's a horse. Like, he's a big dude. And I
don't know what you mean.
No, I wonder.
He's a big dude who throws 93. You got to remember that too.
Yeah.
I think it's the what he throws now, right? When your curveballs, you eliminate the curveball and you do it in a hurry because you see around. I've said this to you. When you got an opportunity that you can, sort of walk through that door and take advantage of it, and you have to do it because one of your pitches is not working, and you can eliminate that, that's exactly what you do. So fastball command has been much better. He's very aggressive. Now, he oops and fell on some really bad teams he's been facing, but that's not his fault. You go out there and you dominate them, and you throw more split fingers. The slider's been good. So the next couple of 3 starts, that's going to tell you what you need to know about.
I want to ask you about this. Now, you heard the Taylor Ward comments after the game.
That's fine.
I didn't think he was unhittable. It was nothing special, really.
I mean,
you watched that game. What did you make of it? I mean, first, the Angels are a lousy team.
He's probably right. Even Bowden said the same thing. I'm not going to stuff you to death. I got to locate. I got to be unpredictable. I mean, he throws his breaking ball. It's rare that he throws it after strike one.
But you made an interesting point too, because everybody got worked up about he's not giving Bowden Francis credit. I looked at it another way. I'm saying, if I'm one of his teammates, you basically said that we're all poo and you were great.
Sometimes the truth hurts, but you get a little drinking on that plane, and I'm bigger than you, and I don't care.
Anyhow, good on Chris Bassett for doing the whole holding the sign up behind.
Was it?
Yeah, it's good fun.
Was it?
It's good fun.
It? It's like stooping down, I guess.
That's good fun. 15 innings, 2 hits, 20 Ks, hittable and not special. I thought it was.
Oh, that's what you were doing? You were writing it down when he was holding it up?
Yeah. The hell? Thanks for reading my story today. They actually let me cover it. They actually let me write a baseball game.
Was it good?
Nah, it was not one of my better efforts.
It was about that.
No, it was just I made a mistake. I sent it to the wrong. I sent it to the wrong desk. So like I'm on the GO train going home, and I'm going, what the hell? Where's my story? Come on, I sent it in an hour earlier.
Bowden said this: when you don't have a routine and you're all over the map, things happen that you don't want to happen.
That's right.
That's what happened.
I was guilty of poor location with the story.
Stay hot.
Diane from BC.
I watch the Jays, and I'm watching you guys right now, and they need to leave Vladdy on third. He's happy there. He bats when he's there.
Oh, he's been bad.
Fantastic, and they will sign him.
Whoa.
They will sign
Optimism. I'm okay with, listen, I was the guy when John Schneider started doing this, I think I said on Twitter, why is Vladdy at third base? This is stupid. You know what? I get back to this. He's happy with it. He's willing to do it. The pitchers don't seem to have an issue with it. Dude is raking. And
he ain't raking because he's playing third.
No, but I'm saying there's at this
point.
Has
nothing to do with it.
No, but what I'm saying is he's not raking. In other words, he's not going to third base and he's hang dog and I can't believe they're doing this to me and da-da-da.
Maybe they got a little handshake. You play a little third, you look good. We're all in now. You do. You're taking a solid for the organization.
Yeah.
Look, if I'm his agent and I'm Vladdy and I haven't played third in quite some time and I know where I'm at in my career, I think the doing the solids is over.
Well,
let's be honest. Like
Yeah.
the years that you've been here and you've posted and the things you're doing offensively now that, quite frankly, that the organization didn't take care of in the offseason, and now you're basically the reason why people want to watch. What?
Yeah, I want to get to this call. Paul in Ajax. He's a big fan of the show. Oh yeah.
Your head checked, because if you think Kirk is the number one catcher, he better come into camp next year 30 pounds lighter minimum. He's a backup catcher at best.
Who
You
cares?
guys got to learn baseball.
Yeah,
Thanks, Paul.
Paul, I played a long time, and I don't care. I'm in that camp. I don't care. But Kirk is really good defensively. The pitchers love throwing to him. Yeah. You bring in two thumpers, one through first, taken care of. Who cares who catches? How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got pitch com, push the
Who
button,
cares?
catch the ball.
And he's very good at setting up and stealing strikes, and
as long as
the relationship between him and the umpire.
As long as he's not in the middle of the order,
cares?
and as long as I don't have my number 5
about the catcher,
as long as I don't have my number 5 hitter hitting into double plays with Kirk, I'm fine. He can hit wherever and play good defense.
Take a little offense to that. You need to learn baseball, Paul.
Well, I mean, I would be a little. I would.
Paul's played a lot of baseball, Paul.
Well, I just wanted to play that because it's the first time anybody's accused me of being easy on Kirky. Even my mom gets on me
for being hard my
on
sister all the time.
She says my mom likes his little feet and the way he runs. So she gets mad at me.
Look, this, I hope he hits 15 more home runs. This from Kirky is hands down must watch.
Bernie from Grand Prairie, Alberta.
I ain't got no money.
I'm wondering, when are you going to get rid of Romano and just have Chad Green there forever?
Hopefully never.
Chad Green's been good.
He's okay.
You want a playoff series with Chad Green as your closer?
No.
I think that's the question, and you got to be realistic about that.
Your closer.
Forget about what it's looking like now.
Exactly. Are you going to win with Jordan Romano as your closer?
No.
Okay.
I've been saying that forever. But I'm okay with having both of those in your pen.
Absolutely.
And you're matching them up the right way.
Absolutely.
Chad Green or either one of those against a tough left-handed hitter, or I can't pocket my closer.
No, that's...
You can't do that. You don't want to do that. You want the guy to be a no-brainer. I'm okay with whatever Chad's doing in the 7th and 8th inning. And
as long as it's not the 9th.
There you go. It's okay he's a really good pitcher.
And I'm not saying that you have a tough run of games and maybe you need somebody to close in the 9th once in a while, but no, I don't want Chad Green to be my closer on an everyday basis.
No.
I just don't. And Jordan Romano, let's see how he comes back from this injury.
He's been gone a long time.
Yeah. Let's see how he comes back from the injury. This may be one of those things. This may get back to what we were talking about. It's like you've got a to-do list of 10 things here.
2 thumpers and a closer would be a good start.
Yeah, but where does that go?
2 thumpers and a closer go a long way.
No, but I'm saying
playoffs.
What is you're
so that go?
You're not going to sign all those aren't all going to come by free agents. You're going to have to make a big trade this offseason. You're going to have to make a big trade this offseason. And if you're the Blue Jays, you've got to prioritize where do you put your resources? I think it's more important you get the thumpers and then try to make the bullpen work. That's just me. But
again, today is a prime example. The Red Sox are a good team, right? Your pen was awesome. You hit a home run, and your best player got a big hit when they needed to get a big hit. That's called winning baseball.
Genesis Cabrera hit 98 today.
How about that? He's, if he tries not to embarrass you all the time and just set up a good lane. Don't nibble. Don't try and be fine with it. Attack it because you got great stuff. Don't try and embarrass somebody because he got a little swag, right? He wants to get on that mound, and he basically wants to try to embarrass you. But when he tries to do that, that's when he gets in trouble. He'll walk a guy. He'll give up a blue pit. Then that's when he gets in trouble. We haven't been doing that lately, right? It's attack. The secondary stuff's been really good, and that fastball, man, that thing coming out hot. Yeah. And he's coming at you, right? It's knees and elbows. Look, how would you like? I mean, he's the lefty now.
Oh,
he's it.
Absolutely.
When you need an out against a tough lefty, like Devers, him. When it matters, I'm trying to win a game, he's coming in. It ain't little.
Sean from Toronto. We got a lot of calls. Sean from Toronto.
I'm wondering what you think the odds are of the Blue Jays signing Juan Soto in the off, and if so, for how much? And if he can't come to the Jays and he goes somewhere else, what do you think he's going to end up getting? Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
$600 million.
$600 million.
It would take more than that to come here.
Yeah. Do I think the Jays will talk to Scott Boras about him? Absolutely.
There's a reason why Heyman said that, because Heyman's, absolutely.
But
trying to run up to 25-1. Here's my 5 teams. Here's who I want you to talk about. That kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know how the Blue Jays. Of course, they're going to make a call. I mean, you've got to make a call on it. Where does he end up?
It's the 2 New York teams.
I think I'm with you. If I'm him, I might take less money to stay with the Yankees because I got Big Boy in front of me. But
you're taking less money, Jeff.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that if $550 instead of $600 to stay with the Yankees, I might consider it. I might consider it. But
that's fair.
I think you're right. There are 2 teams that'll. There's a team out there that I just think.
Nationals. The Nationals.
No, he used to be with the Nationals. There's a team out there that I think is going to really do something outrageous this offseason. I think it's Seattle. I've told you. I think Seattle. I think Seattle is going to be very, very. Now let's see if Jerry DiPoto, if the GM gets fired, then maybe that's a little different. But I see them as being aggressive. And I'll tell you another team I would not rule out is Houston, because they're going to have a little bit of money to play with. It's Texas. There's no state income tax.
Yeah.
You
Bregman, you sign Tucker.
Well, Bregman's going to. No, you don't even have to bring Bregman back.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like you don't bring him back. You don't re-sign Tucker. Like you know. I mean, Tucker'd probably be cheaper. Tucker's pretty good too. So they're like they got good options. Like it's a winning pedigree there. I think they figured something out.
Odd question for you.
Oh.
Do you think more teams will be in on Juan Soto than were in on Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah. This is the price.
And also because I think that people just kind of looked at Shohei Ohtani. At no point did anybody say Shohei Ohtani was going to go to Pittsburgh.
I think it's the 5. I think 5 teams is right. Heyman was right.
I think it's, yeah.
I think the 4. I think it's the 4, and then the Blue Jays are. But how do you not sign Vladdy and then go out and drop 600 large on Soto?
That's a great point. I mean,
it said Vladdy's wearing it going to third. Like, really?
No, because if I'm Juan Soto, what's the first question I'm going to have?
Where's the best place to live?
No, I mean, if I'm talking to the Blue Jays, first question I'm going to have is, what are you going to do with the other guy?
That's not what the first question.
I think you got to remember about Juan Soto. He's a free agent. He's already made a lot of money. He's got another free agent contract coming up after this one, probably because he's young.
Unless this is a 10 or 13-year deal. Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Giants are going to have a serious run at him, too.
Sick. You know who'd be a sick team to go after him? Is the Phillies.
The Phillies don't need him. Yeah. The Phillies don't need it. They can piece it all together at the same time. They're winning the World Series.
I think the 2 New York teams, though. I agree with you. And then maybe a team like Houston.
I just wonder why you'd want to go to the Mets. The Mets, to me, seem like they're far away. Maybe they're not. Maybe I'm just. I mean, the Mets make a serious run at it. I don't know. I would think you not only want that, but you want to go to a team that's got a chance of winning a World Series. The Mets too far away. Maybe.
I'm kind of. I kind of like. If I'm staying in New York, and unless I'm making a big pile of money more, I'm probably staying with the Yankees over the Mets. I don't trust the Mets. I mean, I just don't trust the Mets. They haven't shown me that they can get out of their own way. And how are you going to sign with the Mets if they let Pete
1 year
Alonso?
they were all in for 1 year, then they backed it up because it didn't work out. Now they're one unit, Jeff. They're all pulling in the same direction now.
They're happy, running up and down the dugout.
They're happy because they're hitting, as they were. And Lindor's finally doing something. It is amazing how your best player is being your best player, how much fun it looks. No? Boy, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. 4-1 the Blue Jays.
Paul got me fired up.
Paul did.
How about it?
Paul and Ajax. Well
How
done,
about
Paul
that, Paul? Way to go, buddy.
Paul and Ajax. Don't ever.
You guys, I don't know what you guys were smoking.
Nothing gets Barker fired up more than someone saying that
you don't know baseball.
Don't know anything about baseball. 4-1 the Blue Jays beat the Boston Red Sox in the resumption of a game that was played started on June 26th. The regularly scheduled game tonight goes in a little more than an hour. The tarp is off the field. Jose Barrios will be starting for the Blue Jays. Barker and Blair will be doing Blue Jays talk following the game. We'll be back to more from 4 to 6 Eastern with our regularly scheduled Blair and Barker. There you go. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Hanwell and Woodstock, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet! Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam in the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top! There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center!
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play! Oh, my!
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball is high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it!
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life! Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise!
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow.
Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
44. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the New York Yankees. Nationals on Sirius 211 XM 178 and Internet 869. Yankees on Internet 858. 7:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Red Sox on Sirius 106 XM 179 and Internet 843. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 7:40 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the Atlanta Braves. Twins on Sirius 119 XM 180 and Internet 856. Braves on Internet 841. 7:45 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the San Diego Padres. Cardinals on Sirius 137 XM 181 and Internet 865. Padres on Internet 862. Spanish Feed on Sirius 138 XM 182 and Internet 870. 8:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Detroit Tigers. White Sox on Sirius 139 XM 183 and Internet 845. Tigers on Internet 849. 8:40 p.m. Colorado Rockies take on the Miami Marlins. Rockies on Sirius 161 XM 184 and Internet 848. Marlins on Internet 854.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
LSU head coach Jay Johnson stopped by the Power Alley on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 to tell Washington National fans what to expect with Dylan Cruz and how the future is now for the Nationals.
In Dylan's case, complete five-tool player, but as good a player as he is, he's a better person, and that's all encompassing. When you talk about character, is care for people. He was the best teammate you could ever have. He was a good leader, very humble and confident at the same time. How he carries himself, like he'll walk into that big league clubhouse and he'll be able to handle himself with confidence and humility at the same time. And for a guy that is as good and as talented as he is, he's a better person, and that's why he's able to do what he's been able to do so quickly. I would say physically he looks outstanding right now. He did a great job in the offseason, kind of learned through his first full season of pro baseball how to really take care of himself, which he's a smart guy and has always done a great job of that. But in the context of 141, 162 games, and it's just too good a player, the lows aren't going to stay low for very long just because he's so intelligent, got such a good head on his shoulders, handles success very well, handles failure very well. And the play is the play. I feel like every time I see a highlight, he's diving in center field, making a play, getting a huge hit for his team, and or hitting the ball over the fence.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, August the 26th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians taking the Kansas City Royals. Guardians on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 847. Royals on Internet 851. 2:05 p.m. Boston Red Sox taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 843. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 6:40 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the Kansas City Royals. Guardians on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 847. Royals on Internet 851. 6:40 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Houston Astros. Phillies on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 860. Astros on Internet 850. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Chicago Cubs. Pirates on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 861. Cubs on Internet 844. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the New York Yankees. Nationals on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 869. Yankees on Internet 858. 7:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 843. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 7:40 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the Atlanta Braves. Twins on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 856. Braves on Internet 841. 7:45 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the San Diego Padres. Cardinals on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 865. Padres on Internet 862. Spanish Feed on Sirius 138, XM 182, and Internet 870. 8:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Detroit Tigers. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 183, and Internet 845. Tigers on Internet 849. 8:40 p.m. Colorado Rockies take on the Miami Marlins. Rockies on Sirius 161, XM 184, and Internet 848. Marlins on Internet 854. 9:40 p.m. Seattle Mariners take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Mariners on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 864. Rays on Internet 866. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Monday, August the 26th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians taking the Kansas City Royals. Guardians on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 847. Royals on Internet 851. 2:05 p.m. Boston Red Sox taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 843. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 6:40 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the Kansas City Royals. Guardians on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 847. Royals on Internet 851. 6:40 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Houston Astros. Phillies on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 860. Astros on Internet 850. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Chicago Cubs. Pirates on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 861. Cubs on Internet 844. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the New York Yankees. Nationals on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 869. Yankees on Internet 858. 7:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 843. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 7:40 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the Atlanta Braves. Twins on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 856. Braves on Internet 841. 7:45 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the San Diego Padres. Cardinals on Sirius 137, XM 181 and Internet 865. Padres on Internet 862. Spanish Feed on Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 870. 8:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Detroit Tigers. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 183 and Internet 845. Tigers on Internet 849. 8:40 p.m. Colorado Rockies take on the Miami Marlins. Rockies on Sirius 161, XM 184 and Internet 848. Marlins on Internet 854.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Are the times a-changin' for the Oakland Athletics? Well, David Frost, the Athletics general manager, stopped by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 to talk about how he's seen more consistency from the team and believes that statement to be true.
You know, we've seen improvement in just about every part of the game. I mean, our starting pitching has been really consistent. JP Sears had a little bit of a rough outing Friday night against Milwaukee, but leading up to that, 4 straight of 7+ innings, he's kind of been the anchor of our staff. And then we've seen guys like Beto step up. Joe Boyle came back from the minor leagues. Joey Estes has been really consistent throwing strikes and competing. So we've just seen more consistency. I think we've always felt like going back over the last 12 months, like there's a lot of talent here, but the consistency has changed on the offensive side. Langolier's had a huge road trip in Toronto and New York, continues to hit the ball out of the park. Rooker, obviously, in the middle with his second straight 30-homer season. And then guys around J.J. Bleday has come a long way and stayed healthy, playing every day. Lawrence Butler has taken a step. So just all these little improvements on both sides of the ball have really allowed us to play more consistently and obviously already passing our win total from 2023. I think these guys have, a lot of confidence going forward.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus,